Chapter 17:14. There were only 12 dark gold altars under the obsidian giant sword. 5 of them were occupied by some powerful people. If one wanted to use them, one had to pay 10 black iron hearts as a fee. The other 7 were public. There was no additional fee, but one had to wait in line. No matter how powerful a force was, they wouldn't dare to occupy all 12 altars. That would incur the wrath of the public. If they left 7 altars, more than half of them would be left behind. Those powerful forces wouldn't deliberately provoke them. Only in this way could they live in peace. Every time a sacrifice was made, it would take about 3 hours from the moment the sinner's heart was placed down to the moment the sword force returned. According to the calculation of one sacrifice every 3 hours, there were only 8 chances to make a sacrifice in 24 hours a day. Looking at those waiting in line, there were at least 200 altars. According to the calculation of 8 altars a day, it would take at least 20 days to finish. Not everyone was willing to wait for more than 20 days in one go. Chu Mu naturally didn't want to wait that long. Of course, he didn't want to expose his strength and attract the attention of others. Therefore, he chose to pay 10 black iron hearts as a fee to use the dark gold altars immediately. But now, those 7-star saints were a little dissatisfied. Chu Mu had already made 3 sacrifices, which was 4 hours and a half. This was equivalent to 3 people using the altars. But Chu Mu only paid 10 black iron hearts. But for a moment, they didn't say anything, because there weren't such rules before. No one had made 2 or even 3 sacrifices in a row. Usually, after making a sacrifice, one would obtain sword force and familiarize themselves with it for a period of time before making a second sacrifice. Could it be that this person has mastered level 3 sword force? Impossible. He's only a beginner 4-star saint. Indeed, how could a beginner 4-star saint be able to master level 3 sword force? Only those peerless geniuses with unparalleled talent in swordsmanship could achieve that. Could this person in front of them be a peerless genius in swordsmanship? That's impossible. If he was, why would he come here in such a shabby group shuttle? Then, they saw Chu Mu take out another sinner's heart. This time, it was shining with a bronze light. Bronze heart. The people who saw it couldn't help but tremble. Their eyes shone with an intense light, extremely shocked. It was already shocking enough that a 4-star martial saint could take out more than 1,000 black iron hearts. Now he actually took out 10 bronze hearts. One had to know that a single bronze heart could be exchanged for 10,000 black iron hearts. 10 bronze hearts were equivalent to 100,000 black iron hearts. Compared to 10 bronze hearts, the 1,000 black iron hearts that Chu Mu had taken out before were nothing. This guy is actually so rich. Judging from his calm expression after taking out 10 bronze hearts, I'm guessing there are more than 10 of them. He's only a 4-star martial saint, but he actually possesses such shocking wealth. He's really a fat sheep. Among the crowd, 2 people were secretly discussing. They stared at Chu Mu with eyes full of greed and savagery. Unknowingly, Chu Mu had become the center of attention. Although he didn't want to be in the limelight, he had unknowingly become the center of attention. The 10 bronze hearts were also melted by the power of the altar. They turned into a bronze light and shot into the onyx god huge sword. Not long after, a silver sword light shot out from the onyx god huge sword and shot towards Chu Mu. It was as if it wanted to pierce through Chu Mu. In an instant, it disappeared between Chu Mu's eyebrows. This sword light was a 4th-level sword force. After it circled around Chu Mu's body and came into contact with Chu Mu's 9th-level sword force, it left between Chu Mu's eyebrows and returned to the onyx god huge sword. The inexplicable feeling in Chu Mu's heart deepened. The sword force left again? Could this kid have mastered a 4th-level sword force? Are you kidding me? How could he have mastered a 4th-level sword force? He must have a physique that can't activate sword force. How sad. He wasted so many sinners' hearts. Many people looked at Chu Mu with pity and regret. 10 bronze hearts and more than 1,000 black iron hearts. Such a great fortune had been wasted just like that. The onyx god huge sword wouldn't return to you just because you couldn't obtain sword force. Then their eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets. They saw that the 4-star beginner level martial saint actually took out another bronze heart. This time, there were a total of 100 bronze hearts. 100 bronze hearts. To many mid-level martial saints, it was a fortune that they could only dream of. To many 7-star and 8-star martial saints, it was still a great fortune. It was enough to tempt them. Even the 7-star martial saints who had occupied the altar revealed a greedy look in their eyes. Although they had occupied the altar and set the rules, it didn't mean that they had to follow the rules to a certain extent. When the benefits were great enough, it wasn't strange that even blood brothers would turn against each other. At this moment, the strength that Chu Mu had displayed was not proportional to the wealth that he had displayed. One must know that the more wealth one had, the more powerful one had to be to protect it. Otherwise, one would be a fat sheep in the eyes of others. Obviously, Chu Mu was a fat sheep in many people's eyes. The fat kind. Chu Mu didn't care about it. Or rather, he didn't notice that his mind was completely attracted by the onyx god huge sword. He couldn't tolerate anything else. Standing on the altar, he was protected by the altar's power, external forces. Even the full force attack of a 9-star martial saint wouldn't be able to shake it. Now, Chu Mu was very safe. The 100 bronze hearts were also pierced through by the power of the altar. They were wrapped up and turned into pure energy. Then they condensed into a ray of bronze light that soared into the sky and shot into the black god greatsword, entering the black god greatsword. The onyx god huge sword trembled. Compared to the previous tremors, the tremors were clearer and stronger. Then a silver sword light shot out from the onyx god huge sword. It was purer than the previous sword light. This was the level 5 sword energy. This sword light was like an invisible, peerless sword cultivator that was attacking Chu Mu. The sword pierced straight at him without any changes or superfluous techniques. It was just a simple stab. However, this stab gave Chu Mu a feeling that it had returned to its original state and its sharpness was restrained. This sword was close to the level of Chu Mu's swordsmanship. He could still dodge it, but he didn't need to. The level 5 sword energy once again penetrated between Chu Mu's eyebrows and entered his body. It quickly circled around his body and came into contact with Chu Mu's level 9 sword energy again. There was a huge gap between the level 5 sword energy and the level 9 sword energy. Therefore, the level 5 sword energy left Chu Mu's eyebrows once again. The inexplicable feeling that Chu Mu had was further strengthened. I see. Vaguely, Chu Mu seemed to have grasped something. He carefully thought about it and recalled the feeling left behind by the level 5 sword energy when it entered his body from the level 1 sword energy to the level 5 sword energy. That feeling was actually the same. It could be said that it came from the same origin. It went from shallow to deep and gradually strengthened. If I could sacrifice 1,000 bronze hearts, that feeling would be clearer. If I could sacrifice silver hearts, I'm afraid that I would be able to completely understand that feeling and what it was hinting at. It wouldn't be like now where I can only make some guesses based on that feeling, Chu Mu thought to himself. Unfortunately, although he still had bronze hearts, he didn't have 1,000 of them. He only had slightly more than 100. Although it was a good fortune, it wasn't enough for him to sacrifice a 6th time. This time, the sacrifice had to stop here. How stupid! He actually sacrificed more than 100 bronze hearts and 1,000 black iron hearts 5 times. How much wealth is that? If it was given to me, it would be enough for me to master level 5 sword energy. It's important to know one's own limitations. He knew that he couldn't master sword energy, but he insisted on being brave. He wasted so much wealth for nothing. These people gritted their teeth as they spoke. It was as if they wished that those bronze hearts and black iron hearts were theirs. They were also reprimanding Chu Mu for his stupidity. In their opinion, Chu Mu's 5 sacrifices were not only useless, but also wasted a lot of wealth for nothing. It was simply extremely stupid. However, they didn't understand that although Chu Mu seemed to have wasted 5 chances and a lot of wealth, he actually gained something. To his gains, these losses were nothing. They were just external forces. That feeling is telling me that as long as I sacrifice the black iron, bronze, and silver sinners' hearts once, it can guide me to a breakthrough in sword energy. Chu Mu thought to himself. This was the conclusion he came to after recalling and comprehending. He was vaguely certain, but whether it was true or not, he still needed to verify it. To verify it, he naturally had to pay a price. However, Chu Mu didn't have enough bronze hearts and didn't even have a single silver heart. He couldn't do it in a short period of time. It seemed that he could only collect more sinners' hearts. Only when he had 1,000 bronze hearts and 1,110 silver hearts would he come back to the dark deity, great sword to sacrifice. After the sacrifice, Chu Mu would definitely have an unexpected gain. Other than that, he couldn't see any other mysteries of the dark deity, great sword for the time being. Chu Mu had no choice but to walk down from the altar. As soon as he walked down, he was surrounded by a few 7-star saints. Junior, you alone have sacrificed 5 times, which is equivalent to 5 people sacrificing. 10 black iron hearts are obviously not enough. A 7-star saint said. Chu Mu didn't want to argue with them. He directly took out 40 black iron hearts and gave it to them. Seeing Chu Mu take out 40 black iron hearts, the pupils of these 7-star saints instantly shrank. In the distance, 2 people with fiendish expressions walked over. Their eyes were fixed on Chu Mu. The greed in their eyes was very clear, as if they wanted to eat Chu Mu. Chapter 17:15. Originally, these 7-star saints who had occupied the altar had planned to use this as an excuse to find trouble with Chu Mu. After all, they had occupied the altar and set the rules. To a certain extent, they had to follow the rules. Even if they wanted to break the rules, they couldn't be so direct. They had to find a reason, a more suitable excuse. Therefore, they surrounded Chu Mu and said that each of them would use up 5 people's chances of sacrificing. Unexpectedly, Chu Mu didn't have any intention of arguing with them. He directly took out 40 black iron hearts and handed them over. Adding the 10 from before, he had a total of 50, which was exactly 5 chances of sacrificing. These 7-star saints were naturally very unwilling. However, they couldn't find any excuse or reason to attack Chu Mu. After Chu Mu handed over the 40 black iron hearts, he walked around the 7-star saints and walked out. He planned to walk further away and wait for a month to pass before returning to the City of Silver. After that, he would go out to hunt sinners and obtain the bronze hearts first. After walking for a few dozen meters, Chu Mu's path was blocked by 2 people. These 2 people exuded the aura of a 7-star saint. Chu Mu knew that they were both mid-level 7-star saint experts. The 2 of them were about the same height, but one of them was skinnier. He had a hooked nose, sunken eyes, and a sharp gaze. He looked gloomy, like a goshawk staring at its prey. There was a hint of gloominess in his sharp aura, and there was a faint, murderous aura surrounding him. The other person had a round waist and thick shoulders. He looked strong and powerful. His face was fierce like a butcher. His skin was dark and his eyes were big. He looked very ruthless and cruel. He was like a black bear, and there was also a murderous aura surrounding him. The murderous aura surrounding the 2 of them made people know that they were ruthless people whose hands were stained with blood. They were ferocious people. In addition, the 2 of them were mid-level 7-star saints. It made people know that they weren't to be trifled with. At this moment, they stood in front of Chu Mu with strange smiles on their faces. The hook-nosed man laughed, causing his eyes to become even more sinister. As for the black bear man, when he laughed, his face became even more ferocious. But that was only for ordinary people. For Chu Mu, this was nothing. Chu Mu had seen many people who were even more ferocious than them. "What can I do for you?" Facing two fiendish 7-star martial saints, Chu Mu, a 4-star martial saint, didn't show any fear, retreat, or fear. Instead, he spoke in a neither servile nor overbearing tone, as if he was talking to people of the same level. Such a scene was completely different from what the two of them had imagined. They felt that under their gazes, under their sinister smiles, the other party should be scared, trembling, cowering, or even kneeling down. "Kid, do you know who we are?" The black bear man asked. His white teeth flashed with a chilling light. The muscles on his face trembled, and the blood chi around him fluctuated. It became even denser, as if it was rushing towards Chu Mu. That shocking blood chi was enough to destroy the will of an ordinary 4-star martial saint, causing them to cry out of fear. However, Chu Mu didn't seem to feel anything. He allowed the blood chi to rush towards him, and his expression didn't change at all. It made people suspect that the black bear man was just bluffing. "If you don't introduce yourselves, how would I know who you are?" Chu Mu smiled and said, Good, good, good. You are the first 4-star martial saint that we have seen with such courage." The hook-nosed man walked up and laughed strangely. His voice was sharp. "You are qualified to know our names. I am Hao Ying, and he is my brother, Hao Xiong." Hao Ying and Hao Xiong, that's them, the Eagle Bear duo. The Eagle Bear duo, I know these two. They are infamous, but I didn't expect them to be here. They must have their eyes on this 4-star martial saint's wealth. This time, this 4-star martial saint is finished. That's right. We've wasted 5 sacrificial opportunities and so many sinner hearts without gaining anything. Now we're even being targeted by the falcon and bear devils. Even if we don't die, we'll lose a layer of skin. When the hook-nosed man said their names, the surrounding people's faces changed. They were all shocked. Hao Ying and Hao Xiong. These two men were notorious for their ferocity. They were familiar with burning, killing, and looting. Eating was as simple as drinking water. Therefore, they were known as the Eagle and Bear Demons. Take note, they were not called heroes, but Eagle and Bear. This was directly related to them. I remember that there is a clan in Bloodbath City that has wanted these two. It has been more than 10 years, but these two are still alive and well. These two are not easy to deal with. Moreover, their master is not to be trifled with. The discussions in the surroundings quickly revealed the origins of these two people. Chu Mu also knew from this. "It seems that the two of you are quite famous." Chu Mu smiled and said, "Now you can tell me, what do you want from me?" "This 4-star martial saint is too arrogant." "Yeah. Why do I feel like he's talking to two insignificant people? Indeed, 2 7-star middle-stage saints, unless they were absolute geniuses, were truly nothing in Chu Mu's eyes. Of course, others wouldn't be able to understand his thoughts. They would only feel that he was very arrogant, egotistical, and overestimating himself. It's nothing important. It's just that the two of us are a little short on money recently. We are also lacking some sinners' hearts. You seem to have collected a lot of them, so we want to borrow some first." Hao Xiong said in a sharp voice. The other people in the distance immediately understood. They had an expression that said, "I knew it." "How much do you want to borrow? When will you return it?" Chu Mu asked with interest. In the eyes of others, Chu Mu's brain was damaged. How could he say such a thing? However, the truth was that Chu Mu was just teasing them on a whim. Yes, he was teasing them. His character was like that. He did as he pleased. Sometimes he would do something that others didn't understand. Therefore, the question that Chu Mu asked caught the Eagle Bear double demons off guard. After all, no matter how stupid a person was, they could tell that they were up to no good. It was better to say that they were robbing. It would be better if they were willing to hand it over. If they were unwilling, they would end up in a miserable state. However, this person actually asked such a naive question. "Why are you talking nonsense with an ant?" Hao Xiong roared fiercely. Kid, remove the ownership of your spatial ring and hand it over immediately. Otherwise, I will let you understand why we are called the Eagle-Bear Double Demons. As he spoke, the murderous aura on Hao Xiong's body rose. It actually formed a blood-red color behind him. It was like the water of a long river or some kind of demon. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws. It was terrifying. Hey, kid, as long as you give me 100 bronze hearts, I can guarantee that you will be fine. At this moment, an unexpected voice interrupted Hao Xiong's murderous aura. Who is it? Hao Ying was furious. His sunken eyes emitted a murderous aura that was as cold as snow. At the same time, Hao Xiong's eyes widened. They emitted a murderous aura. In an instant, it was as if a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood appeared in his eyes. He looked over. It's me, a young man who didn't look very old. He seemed to be less than 30 years old. He held a sword in both hands and walked out slowly. His casual attitude made everyone frown. However, when he emitted the aura from his body, it was very shocking. This was a 7-star Saint Realm expert. 7-star Saint Realm beginner. Who are you? Are you trying to interfere with the business of the Eagle and Bear duo? Hao Ying sneered. I'm not as famous as the Eagle and Bear duo, but I'm still a little bit famous. The young man laughed. Then he looked at Chumu. Kid, my name is Long Yunkong. With my strength, it's not difficult to protect you. You only need to pay me 100 bronze hearts. How about it? Compared to your life, 100 bronze hearts is worth it. It is indeed worth it. Unfortunately, I don't have that many bronze hearts right now. Chumu laughed. It's okay. Take as much as you have. You can owe me the rest and pay me back later. Long Yunkong said. So it's him. Drift Cloud Sword Monarch Long Yunkong. He's talented and powerful. His sword skills are superb. When the young man said his name, some people immediately realized what was going on. It's said that he can fight above his level. As a 7-star Saint Realm beginner, he once killed a 7-star Saint Realm expert. If he takes action, he can fight against the Eagle and Bear duo. What do you mean by fight? He can kill them. The Eagle and Bear duo are famous for their ruthlessness. The Drift Cloud Sword Monarch is his extraordinary talent. Yes, the top 6 stars are the top geniuses. Below them are the top geniuses. After that, there are the 2nd and 3rd geniuses. Long Yunkong can be ranked in the top 3 of the 2nd geniuses. But 100 bronze hearts is too much. Stupid. You'll lose everything if you die. Long Yunkong, you're indeed famous. I admit that you're very strong. However, you should know that it's not easy to interfere with the business of the Eagle and Bear duo. I advise you to watch from the sidelines. Otherwise, you won't even know how you died. Hao Ying said darkly. He was quite afraid of Long Yunkong. Although Long Yunkong's cultivation level was lower than theirs, his strength was much stronger than theirs. Are you trying to say that you want your old master to deal with me? Long Yunkong said. He wasn't afraid of Hao Ying's threat at all. Many people knew that the Eagle-Bear duo demons had a master. The reason why they could survive until now was not only because of their own abilities, but also because they had a powerful master. Chapter 17:16. The atmosphere was tense, and the air seemed to have frozen. No one had expected such an unforeseen event to occur. It seemed that it would be even more exciting, and it would make people look forward to it even more. Boy, what do you think? It's a good deal, Long Yunkong said to Chumu again. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that Long Yunkong was planning on protecting Chumu. As for why he was doing this, no one could understand. Did Long Yunkong know that 4-star saint? But judging from the way he spoke and his expression, it didn't seem like he knew him. Long Yunkong was probably the only one who knew the real reason for that. Thank you, but I still plan to solve it myself. If I can't, I'll ask for your help. Chumu said, and then looked at Hao Ying. Do you too have a bronze heart or a silver heart? His words left everyone puzzled. I'm also in need of sinners' hearts, recently. If you have some, it'll be better. Chu Mu's next words caused a burst of laughter. He's too arrogant and ignorant. The young man who came with the 8-star Saint Elder said after hearing Chu Mu's words. At the same time, he showed a look of disdain. Although that man spoke arrogantly, his expression remained unchanged, and his aura didn't change in the slightest when facing 2 7-star martial saints. This means that he is not afraid of them at all. In fact, he doesn't even place them in his eyes. He most likely has some sort of backing that's sufficient to take on 2 7-star martial saints, the 8-star martial saint old man said in a low voice after observing the situation. Master, I don't think so. This person has failed 5 times in a row, which means that he doesn't have the talent to master sword force. Moreover, he came here alone, without any senior or expert escorting him. His background is ordinary. Such a person, even if he has a trump card, I'm afraid its power is limited. At best, it can only deal with people who are not much stronger than him. When the young man heard this, he was stunned for a moment before he retorted. The difference between a beginner-level 4-star martial saint and a middle-level 7-star martial saint is countless times greater. It's like the difference between heaven and earth. Even the 6 great stars don't have that kind of ability. The old man didn't refute. He also felt that his disciple's analysis was reasonable. However, he felt that it was very strange. This 4-star beginner-level martial saint was too calm. Interesting. We, the Eagle Bear duo, have been roaming around for so many years, but this is the first time we've met someone as interesting as you. Hao Ying laughed strangely. Listen, in our interspatial rings we have over 10,000 iron hearts, several hundred bronze hearts, and even a few silver hearts. How about it? Are you tempted? Not bad indeed. It can save me some time. Chu Mu nodded and said, Remember, I only need 2 swords to kill you. These words shocked everyone once again. It was as if they had been struck by lightning, and they were all dumbfounded. Not far away, the sword monarch of Drifting Cloud, Long Yun-Kong, was also stunned. He stared at Chu Mu with eyes full of confusion. There was no special reason for his appearance. It was just that he suddenly wanted to do it. It was a sudden impulse. He thought that the other party would agree. After all, it was a good thing. He did not expect that the other party would not only refuse, but also say such shocking words. Big brother, don't talk so much nonsense with him. Just kill him and be done with it. Hao Xiong had a bad temper and was impatient. He could not hold it in any longer. As soon as he finished speaking, he clenched his fist and punched towards Chu Mu fiercely. With the strength of a 7-star martial saint, dealing with a 4-star martial saint, there was no need for him to draw his sword. He could easily kill the other party with a casual blow. Hao Xiong's saint body had reached the 4-star martial saint realm. His punch directly smashed the air, and there was a rumbling sound. It was as turbulent as thunder, and the momentum was astonishing. A small amount of the blood qi on his body gathered in the punch, making it even more ferocious. The power of such a punch was too strong for a 4-star martial saint. There was no way to resist it. Once hit, one would be smashed to pieces. We'll know what trump card he has now. Everyone stared at Chu Mu and thought to themselves. However, Chu Mu also punched out. There was no shocking momentum, and it seemed to be a little ordinary. Everyone was stunned. They did not understand what was wrong with this 4-star martial saint. Did he really lose his mind? With a bang, the 2 fists collided. A shocking scene appeared. The blood-red fist force that Hao Xiong had punched out was actually shattered by the 4-star martial saint's casual punch. After it was shattered, the power of the condensed fist force did not decrease, and it continued to attack Hao Xiong. Although he was very surprised, Hao Xiong reacted quickly. He attacked again and shattered Chu Mu's fist force. So, you are a cultivator of the path of saint body. Hao Ying could see that Chu Mu's saint body was much stronger than both of them. However, so what? He was no match for them at all. Chu Mu grabbed the void with his right hand, and a wisp of golden-red flame with spirituality suddenly jumped out from his palm. As it spread, a sword appeared in his hand. This aura is so strange. Not everyone recognized the spirit sword. Spirit swords, this kind of high-end item, in the minds of most people, was only a kind of legend. They had never seen it, let alone felt its aura. Spiritual sword. Among the crowd, there were naturally people who could recognize it, and they immediately exclaimed, "He actually has a spiritual sword." It seems that it is not a low-grade spiritual sword. The 8-star martial saint old man was more knowledgeable, and his status was higher. He knew more, and because of this he was even more shocked. The old man's disciple was also stunned. Immediately, a look of jealousy appeared on his face. This guy actually has a spiritual sword. The 7-star martial saints and 8-star martial saints who occupied the altar were even more shocked. Their eyes also revealed a look of greed. Interesting. The sword emperor of Flowing Cloud, Long Yunkong, was first stunned, and then he laughed secretly. So that is the spiritual sword, the legendary spiritual sword that can only be found by chance. Legend has it that the spiritual sword is the most suitable sword for a sword saint. It can maximize the power of the sword technique and the strength of a sword saint. A beginner 4-star martial saint actually has a spiritual sword. This is unbelievable. Where did he come from? The discussion became even more intense. Spiritual sword, ha ha ha. I didn't expect us brothers to be so lucky. We originally planned to get some sinners' hearts, but we didn't expect to get a spiritual sword. Hao Ying was first stunned, and then his eyes shone with an extremely excited look. He could not stop laughing. Big brother. Hao Xiong looked burly, but in fact he was not stupid. The moment he saw the spiritual sword, he was very moved and excited. However, from the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of the greed in the eyes of the others. Therefore, he knew that even if they obtained the spiritual sword, it would not be so easy to take it away. Don't worry, second brother. I will kill him in an instant and take the spiritual sword. At that time, we will use the fleeing jade and immediately leave this place. Hao Ying transmitted his voice. He was more shrewd than Hao Xiong. How could he not understand the situation in front of him? Wealth and silk moved people's hearts. Moreover, it was a priceless spiritual sword. It should be known that even their master did not have a spiritual sword. With a spiritual sword in hand, one's strength could be increased by 10 to 30%. Such an increase was very impressive. In an instant, Hao Ying made his move. A harsh sound rang out, and a dazzling light, red, sword light bloomed from Hao Ying's hand. It turned into a streamer and streaked across the sky, tearing the sky apart and attacking Chu Mu. The faint red sword light was like the sharp claws of an eagle that had locked onto its prey and was about to tear it apart. It was also accompanied by the ear-piercing screeches of eagles. Those who were not strong enough would feel a piercing pain in their ears, causing them to have a headache and be unable to concentrate. This sword was very fast. It exceeded the standard of an ordinary middle 7-star saint. It was close to the upper 7-star saint level. It was Hao Ying's sword attack with all his strength. Hao Xiong was also ready to help. As soon as the spiritual sword was in his hand, the two of them would immediately leave this place and quickly escape. The tyrannical sword had locked onto Chu Mu, and there was nowhere to escape. In Chu Mu's eyes, it was as if a blood-red goshawk was swooping down. Its sharp claws were about to tear him in half. This sword contained level 5 sword energy. With the blazing glory spiritual sword in hand, Chu Mu flicked up. It was a simple sword attack, but it also contained level 5 sword energy. It was a simple and direct sword attack, as if it had been tempered thousands of times. It was incomparably exquisite. With a flick of the sword, the blood-red goshawk was immediately split open. The white sword light jumped in the air and turned. With an unparalleled angle and trajectory, it cut through Hao Ying's neck and beheaded him. He took a step forward and instantly passed by Hao Ying's figure. It was as if he was gliding on water. He instantly appeared in front of Hao Xiong. The blazing brilliance spiritual sword slashed from left to right, once again cutting off Hao Xiong's neck. 2 swords killed 2 people. Immediately, the primordial spirits rushed out from the heads of Hao Ying and Hao Xiong. Chu Mu opened his left hand, and a suction force suddenly appeared and directly caught the 2 primordial spirits. "Stop! Let us go, or you're dead." Regardless of the threat of the 2 primordial spirits, Chu Mu directly crushed their consciousnesses and put away the 2 pure primordial spirits. Then he picked up the 2 space rings and put them away. From Hao Ying's attack to Chu Mu killing the 2 with 2 swords and crushing their consciousnesses, the whole process was very short. It was completed in less than 3 breaths. Everyone was still immersed in Hao Ying's sword attack and had not yet reacted. The first to react were naturally those who were more powerful. How is this possible? The 8-star martial saint elder, Long Yunkong, and the group of high-level martial saints who occupied the altar all opened their eyes wide. Their eyeballs bulged out as if they had been directly struck by lightning. Their heads were dizzy, but their hearts were like turbulent waves. They could not believe what they saw in front of them. They could not accept what had happened in front of them. Chapter 17:17. For a moment, everyone around the Onyx God sword was stunned. Their thoughts seemed to have frozen, and they were unable to react. Dead. 1 sword killed 1 person. He really only needed 2 swords. After a while, someone finally reacted. Unable to hide the shock in his heart, he muttered softly, almost moaning. They looked at Chu Mu as if they were looking at a monster. Not a fat sheep, but a big monster. If he was not a big monster, who could kill 2 evildoers in the middle of the 7-star martial saint level with just 2 swords with the strength of a beginner 4-star martial saint. This is impossible. How could a beginner 4-star martial saint kill a middle of the 7-star martial saint with just 1 sword? Treasure. He must have borrowed the power of a treasure. What kind of treasure could allow a beginner 4-star martial saint to kill a middle of the 7-star martial saint with just 1 sword? There is actually such a treasure. The young man's eyes were filled with jealousy. I didn't sense the aura of a treasure. The 8-star martial saint old man shook his head and said, "According to what I know, there are only 2 kinds of treasures that can increase one's strength. The first kind is to use the power of a treasure to increase one's strength. The second kind is to use the power of a treasure to kill the enemy directly. If the other party really used a treasure, it should be the first kind. However, although the first kind of treasure is powerful, it can't increase one's strength so much that it could allow a beginner 4-star martial saint to kill a middle of the 7-star martial saint instantly. Moreover, I really didn't sense any fluctuation of a treasure's aura. As long as it was a treasure, there would definitely be a unique aura fluctuation. Even with the power of his divine sense as an 8-star saint, he couldn't sense it at all. Unless the treasure's level had reached an unbelievable level, far beyond his level. However, was that possible? It had been hundreds of years since he was born. As an elder of a large sect, he could be considered to be very knowledgeable. However, he had never heard of any treasure that could be like that. If it wasn't the power of a treasure, could it be that it was his own strength? A beginner 4-star martial saint killed a middle of the 7-star martial saint with just 1 sword. How could such talent be described? Even the 6 major stars couldn't compare to it. Such talent couldn't possibly exist. Hearing the old man's words, the young man opened his mouth and wanted to refute again, but he couldn't say anything for a while. There were also some people who had the same thoughts as the old man. After all, to be able to cultivate to the high level of the saint level, other than having sufficient talent, one would also have to be knowledgeable in all aspects. Thus, at the same time, their hearts were filled with doubt and confusion. Did he borrow the power of a treasure, or did he rely on his own talent? If he was borrowing the power of a treasure, why didn't he feel the slightest ripple from the treasure? Could it be that he was really relying on his own talent? Suddenly, Long Yunkong had a flash of inspiration. "Is your name Chu Mu?" Long Yunkong looked at Chu Mu and asked seriously. My name is Chu Mu, Chu Mu admitted directly. Some time ago, I heard about Brother Chu's fame. At that time, I wanted to meet Brother Chu and see what kind of talent could kill a 7-star martial saint as a beginner 4-star martial saint. Today, I see that you really live up to your reputation. Long Yunkong saluted Chu Mu with his sword and said seriously. Many people suddenly realized that this person was Chu Mu, especially the people on the same flying shuttle as Chu Mu. They were all dumbstruck. They were chatting on the flying shuttle, and the last topic they talked about was Chu Mu. They talked about all sorts of things, but they never would have thought that the person they were talking about was sitting not far from them or even next to them. For a moment, many people's faces were burning because what they said at that time was not pleasant to hear. Now that they thought about it, they were lucky that the person didn't stoop to their level. Otherwise, with the strength he showed today, he could easily kill them all. Tang Gao, who was sitting next to Chu Mu at the time, was shocked and regretful. I actually missed an opportunity for nothing. Tang Gao wanted to beat his chest and stamp his feet. He was extremely depressed. He was born in a small family. Since he was young, he had been taught that in addition to his own efforts, he had to make friends with those with great backgrounds or outstanding talents. Not long ago, there was a great opportunity in front of him, but he missed it. He had eyes but failed to see. Unfortunately, he missed the opportunity and couldn't take it back. So he is Chu Mu. The young man's face was full of jealousy. He killed a 7-star martial saint with one strike. Such strength was at least at the peak of 7-star martial saint. For a moment, the fire of greed in many people's hearts was extinguished. Long Yunkong chatted with Chu Mu for a while. Seeing that Chu Mu didn't have much desire to talk, he turned and left. Under everyone's shocked gazes, Chu Mu walked to the side and took out the spatial rings of the Eagle Bear Double Fiends. Sure enough, as they had said, the two of them had more than 10,000 black iron hearts in total. They had more than 12,000 black iron hearts. If they counted the black iron hearts they had used, it would be even more. Who knew how many people they had robbed to have more than 10,000 black iron hearts? The number of bronze hearts couldn't be compared to the black iron hearts, but the value was countless times higher because the value of one bronze heart was equal to 10,000 black iron hearts. The Eagle Bear Double Demons had more than 600 bronze hearts in total. For a 7-star martial saint, this was definitely a great fortune. Even some 8-star martial saints didn't have such wealth. Finally, there were the more valuable silver hearts. They had the least number of bronze hearts, only 6. However, the value of one silver heart was equal to 10,000 bronze hearts. If converted into black iron hearts, there would be 100 million black iron hearts. It was a huge number. Of course, no one would be willing to exchange silver hearts for black iron hearts. At this time, Chu Mu had more than 10,000 black iron hearts, nearly 700 bronze hearts, and 6 silver hearts, not counting other things. Just the wealth of the sinner's hearts was incomparable to most 8-star martial saints. It was even comparable to some 9-star martial saints. Chu Mu's cultivation was very low, but he had displayed great strength. He also had a spiritual sword, which was a very important treasure for a sword saint. There were also many sinners' hearts in his space ring. The temptation of Chu Mu was very great. However, after the incident with the Eagle Bear Double Fiends, everyone's hearts were filled with fear. Before they fully understood Chu Mu's background, they absolutely didn't dare to carelessly attack. Otherwise, their outcome could be the same as the Eagle Bear Double Fiends. Chu Mu stayed with the Onyx God's sword for the time being. Every day he practiced the basic swordsmanship. When practicing the swordsmanship, Chu Mu used the Bronze Sinner's Chi Force unification technique to further master this technique. Therefore, his basic swordsmanship looked very ordinary. There was nothing mysterious about it. Sometimes it was even jerky, slow, and crooked. Those who were interested in Chu Mu naturally came to watch as well. The young man, who had always been jealous of Chu Mu, curled his lips and said without hiding his voice, With this level of swordsmanship, I can master it better than him when I practiced it for 3 years." The old man didn't say anything. He was very surprised. A person who had mastered level 5 sword power shouldn't be able to display such a level of swordsmanship. Yes, when Chu Mu killed the eagle bear double demons, most people didn't see the level 5 sword power that was stimulated in an instant. However, there were still a few people who saw it. Long Yun Kong was one of them, and this old man, an 8-star saint, was also one of them. That level 5 sword power flashed and disappeared in a flash. It was very unique and exquisite. It was normal that others couldn't see it. It also showed that this person's mastery of level 5 sword power had reached an extremely profound level. Even compared to himself, he wasn't inferior. How could a person who had mastered level 5 sword power so exquisitely use his swordsmanship so crudely? It was like a child waving a branch. No matter how they looked at it, they couldn't see anything. This was normal. Chu Mu's realm and attainments in swordsmanship were many times higher than theirs. Moreover, he was studying a technique that they didn't understand. Naturally, they couldn't understand it. In addition to practicing swordsmanship and combining strength, Chu Mu also approached the onyx giant sword and observed it carefully. He wanted to see if he could find any mysteries. Unfortunately, he didn't gain anything every time he observed it. In such a place, it wasn't suitable to cultivate Yuanli or primordial spirit. After all, there weren't good defensive measures. If one wasn't careful, they would be disturbed and be in danger. In the blink of an eye, a day had passed. The people in the queue were still waiting. Those who practiced swordsmanship were also practicing swordsmanship. It looked like everything was about the same as before. In fact, this wasn't the case. Some people's minds were spinning. They were still thinking about Chu Mu's spiritual sword and the wealth in Chu Mu's interspatial ring. However, because of the strength Chu Mu displayed, they weren't clear about the situation. They didn't know what was going on, so they had fear in their hearts and didn't dare to take the lead. They still remembered the fate of the eagle bear double fiends. Even after a few years, they wouldn't forget it. Since he had so many suspicions in his heart, and since he couldn't be the one to stand out, yet he didn't want to give up just like that, he could only test Chu Mu first and find out what his background was. At the same time, he couldn't be too direct. This required a lot of thought. They pondered and racked their brains to come up with a plan. Chu Mu practiced his swordsmanship as usual and observed the onyx giant sword as usual. Time passed day by day, just like that. Very quickly. Half a month had passed from the 1-month deadline. His mastery of the technique of combining vital energy had deepened. His observation of the black deity, huge sword, had also deepened with the passing of time. With this little bit of improvement, Chu Mu realized that the origin of the onyx giant sword was probably beyond his imagination. Another 5 days passed. At this time, the blazing sun hanging high in the sky suddenly changed. Chapter 1718. The blazing sun in the sky emitted a sword-like beam of light that pierced through the void and everything. When it landed on a person's body, even an eternal realm cultivator would feel the heat. However, at this moment, the blazing sun, which was like a huge fireball, was slowly changing from its original golden-red radiance. It was as if a person was gradually entering old age from the prime of his life. The golden-red radiance quickly changed from a dark red color under everyone's gaze. The radiance was no longer as intense as before. It was as if the blazing sun in the noon sky was gradually turning into the evening sun. However, the position of the blazing sun was still in the same place. It did not move at all. The blazing sun period is over. Yes, it looks like it's entering the dark night period. Although there was no specific pattern to the changes in the weather in the land of exile, there were still some clues that could be found through the changes over the years. The gradual weakening of the strong is a sign of the dark night period. The dark night period is also the time when the sinners are active. This time, I wonder how many sinners will come. The person who said this was somewhat worried. There were no obstacles around the onyx god greatsword, nor were there any defensive measures like a camp. Once the sinners appeared, they would most likely charge straight in. In such a spacious place, it would be fine to encounter a few sinners. However, if there were too many of them, it would be very dangerous. Don't worry, the ground under our feet is magical. Here, we are also protected by the onyx god greatsword. Someone laughed and looked very relieved. What do you know? Indeed, to a certain extent, we are protected by the onyx god greatsword, but there are limits. When someone heard this, he immediately retorted with a cold face, "Iron sinners can only enter the iron lands. They can't enter the bronze lands. Bronze sinners can't enter the silver lands. Silver sinners can't enter the golden lands. If a few silver sinners come, who here can fight against them? No one can only hide in the golden lands. The golden lands are limited in size. If there are too many people, it's hard to guarantee that they won't be unable to establish themselves. The consequence of not being able to establish themselves in the golden lands was naturally to become food for the silver sinners. However, based on the current situation, as long as nearly 3,000 people squeezed together, they would be able to gain a foothold in the golden land. The radiance of the scorching sun in the sky became increasingly dim. Dark red, black red, the radiance also seemed to be restrained. The light became dim, as if dusk was approaching and night was about to fall. Suddenly, Chu-Mu had a strange feeling. It was as if, with the arrival of the dark night, there was an additional element of restlessness in the air, with a violent bloodthirst. It's night time, and the sinners come out of their caves. Isn't that the best time to hunt the sinners for their hearts? Chu-Mu thought to himself. Finally, the scorching sun in the sky disappeared into the dark clouds. The last ray of light in the world also disappeared. Night fell. When night fell, everyone heard roars coming from afar, one after another. It was the excitement of suddenly seeing light after not seeing the sun for a long time. It was the excitement of not smelling blood for a long time and suddenly tasting a delicious heart in front of them. That was the voice of the sinners. They were coming out of the hole. The dark night was the world of the sinners. When night fell, it was not the end but the beginning. The night gradually deepened and became heavier. If the dark night that fell at the beginning was the beginning of the night, then it was now changing into the middle of the night. The dark night in the land of exile was different from the dark night in the deep blue world. It would be surprising if it did not come, but when it did, it would be shocking. Chu-Mu began to feel that his vision was being affected. It should be known that when a cultivator's cultivation reached a certain level, they could see the dark night as if it was daytime. There was no difference at all, especially for Eternal Realm cultivators. However, at this moment, the dark night could affect his vision. This feeling was like an ordinary person entering the dark night. The range of vision was greatly reduced, and the clarity was also affected. Moreover, Chu-Mu also found that not only was his vision affected, but his spiritual power was also affected. The night sky grew darker and darker, and the range of one's vision shrank even further. When one's spirit power spread out, the range that it could cover also shrank. Furthermore, it became intermittent and faintly discernible, as if it was being devoured by something unknown. Roars came one after another, each louder than the last. They were like waves surging in from all directions. This meant that a large group of sinners was rapidly approaching from all directions. Many people's faces suddenly changed. They hurriedly retreated into the golden soil, scrambling to be the first. It was as if they were afraid that if they were a step slower, their position would be taken away and they would not be able to enter. However, there was also a group of people who did not immediately retreat. Instead, they moved forward. "Brother Chu, let's go hunt." Long Yun Kong appeared beside Chu-Mu and invited him. At this time, only the dark iron sinners have appeared. The bronze sinners are awakening, and the silver sinners are probably not awake yet. It will take some time for them to wake up and leave the cave. This is the only time we can hunt the dark iron sinners, to our heart's content. Okay, Chu Mu replied. He had heard about this before, but he did not know much about it. Now, after hearing Long Yunkong's words, and considering the fact that the 6-star martial saints and even the high-level martial saints did not retreat quickly, but rushed forward, he immediately understood. Generally, sinners would hide in underground caves and sleep to slow down their consumption. It should be known that the more powerful a sinner was, the more energy they would consume during their activities. If they were not replenished in time, they might fall into weakness. Therefore, the more powerful a sinner was, the slower and longer it would take for them to wake up once they fell into a deep sleep. Whether it was the gray snow period or the dark night period, it was the best time for sinners to be active. During this period, they would not consume much energy. On the contrary, once they hunted and ate the hearts, they could store more energy for themselves. They could use it to consume energy or strengthen themselves slightly. After accumulating energy to a certain extent, they would transform from the dark iron level to the bronze level, or from the bronze level to the silver level. At this time, they had just entered the dark night period. The dark iron sinners were the weakest, so they would be the first to wake up. They would not wait for the bronze or silver sinners to wake up before moving out. Not long after, most of the sinners retreated into the Golden Land. Suddenly, they were surrounded by a dense mass of people. The sinners had already appeared and were rapidly charging from all directions. Their keen sense of smell had already picked up the scent of the living. The vigorous fluctuations of the scent were like the light of a lamp in the dark night, and they were fatally attracted to it. The sinners' sixth sense was amazing. They could hear the sound of heartbeats and smell the aura of qi and blood from far away. Chu Mu walked side by side at Long Yunkong's invitation. He used his body techniques and moved forward quickly. The land under their feet was all silver earth. At this time, they had passed the silver earth and entered the bronze earth, quickly moving toward the dark iron earth. Brother Chu, our vision is affected in the dark night, Long Yunkong said. The power of our souls is also affected. I'm afraid we can't use our strength like usual. Although the dark iron sinners are like ants to us, the dark night is their world. There are many of them. Don't lay your guard down. Not long after, the two stepped into the dark iron earth. In addition to the two of them, there were some other 5-star and 6-star saints. Most of them were 7-star saints, and there were 1 or 2 8-star saints. Although the dark iron heart was not that attractive to high-level saints, no one would complain about having too much wealth. The roars kept approaching, wave after wave. Chu Mu and Long Yunkong stood together. There was no one around them. After all, only a few hundred people dared to come out to hunt the sinners. The dark iron earth covered a large area. When the sinners were spread out and disturbed by the dark night, it was naturally difficult to see other people. Chu Mu's vision range was about 100 meters. Beyond 100 meters, it would become blurry. Beyond 150 meters, it was basically pitch black. If Long Yunkong didn't have any special means, his vision range would not be as good as Chu Mu's. However, although his vision was greatly affected, his hearing was not as affected. However, for most cultivators, hearing was not very useful. It was far inferior to vision and the power of the soul. Chu Mu's hearing had always been excellent. With his ears trembling slightly, he judged the distance between him and the dark iron sinners. 500 meters, 450 meters, 400 meters. Chu Mu silently judged. The running speed of the black iron rank sinners was rather fast. They rapidly approached, and before long they were within sight. In the dark night, the sinners' vision was better than that of cultivators. They had already seen Chu Mu and Long Yunkong. They smelled the vigorous qi and blood fluctuations on their bodies and heard their powerful heartbeats. All of this attracted them deeply. Ho! Amidst the violent roars, the black iron rank sinners' speed increased by another 30%. They transformed into streaks of black light and charged towards Chu Mu and Long Yun Kong. Their sharp claws were shockingly sharp. If they were hit, Chu Mu estimated that even with his 5th rank saint body, he would not be able to defend against it. It could be said that the sharpest parts of the sinners were their claws and teeth. They were beyond their level. Chapter 1719. Dozens of sinners on the dark iron level were just the vanguard. Behind them, more sinners rushed forward. Chu Mu and Long Yun Kong were only 2 people. They represented 2 hearts. To the sinners, the heart was the most delicious food, and it was also what they pursued. There were 2 hearts, but there were dozens of sinners. How were they going to split them? Of course, they would snatch them. The heart would belong to whoever grabbed it first and stuffed it into his mouth. At this time, they felt like 2 people facing a group of mad dogs. Ordinary people would be frightened and unable to summon any strength, but Chu Mu and Long Yun Kong did not feel the slightest bit of fear. Dozens of sinners on the dark iron level were just like ants to them. "Brother Chu, let's have a competition to see who can get more hearts. The loser will give the hearts he got from killing sinners to the winner. What do you think?" Long Yun Kong said with a smile. Before Chu Mu answered, he rushed forward first. His right hand touched the void, and a sword light suddenly burst out. It was dazzling and sharp, tearing the night apart. Since they were going to compete, Long Yun Kong would not go easy on Chu Mu because he was only at the beginning of the 4-star martial saint level. On the other hand, he also wanted to know whether Chu Mu had the strength to kill a 7-star martial saint with his own strength or the power of a treasure. Chu Mu did not refuse Long Yun Kong's challenge. He clenched his right hand, and the spiritual flame jumped out. The spiritual sword was unsheathed. At this moment, there were already a few black iron sinners leading the charge. Their sharp claws pierced towards Chu Mu's heart. Once he was hit, his chest could be torn open and his heart would be dug out. The sword light flashed. Chu Mu did not use the sword origin. He just drove the power of his level 5 divine body. In an instant, the tip of the sword trembled countless times, and the trajectory of the sword changed countless times. One by one, black hearts were picked out. With one sword, he killed several sinners on the dark iron level and directly picked out their hearts. To sinners, the heart was the source of their strength and life. Once they lost their heart, their powerful strength and other things would be gone forever. On the other side, Long Yun Kong's sword light drifted like a white cloud. As it changed, it also killed several sinners. However, his sword cut off their heads before digging out their hearts. The sinners had strong vitality, and their biggest weakness was their heart. Their head was their second weakness. Therefore, after their heads were cut off, the sinners would instinctively launch a final attack. Those who didn't know would probably be hit by the final attack. However, Long Yun Kong had hunted sinners many times, so he was well aware of their characteristics. Besides, how could a mere black iron level sinner threaten him? However, Long Yun Kong had caught a glimpse of Chu Mu's sword just now. His heart shivered. That sword was even simpler and more direct than his own. One sword took out the hearts of several sinners, instead of killing the sinners first before taking out their hearts. The difference in strength was obvious. Brother Chu's swordsmanship is unimaginable, Long Yun Kong said to himself. He wasn't jealous at all. He just sighed with emotion. He had misjudged Yi Xian before. He was afraid that he was not the only one who misjudged. Others who had seen Chu Mu practice basic swordsmanship a few days ago probably also thought that Chu Mu's swordsmanship was unsightly. Who would have thought that his swordsmanship would be so exquisite? Yi Xian was peerless. Long Yun Kong admired Yi Xian very much. At the same time, his fighting spirit was aroused. He must not be compared to Chu Mu. For a moment, Long Yun Kong seemed to have been injected with chicken blood. He was full of motivation. His swordsmanship was faster, more powerful, and more exquisite than usual. Chu Mu didn't know what Long Yun Kong was thinking. Every time he attacked, he would definitely pick out several hearts. Soon, more than 20 dark iron sinners were all killed by him. The other 20 sinners were also killed by Long Yun Kong's sword. The next batch of sinners had also rushed over. The two of them cooperated and competed. The prize of the competition was naturally the heart they obtained from killing the sinner. In other words, once the victor was decided, one side wouldn't obtain any substantial gains from the hunt, while the other would obtain nearly double the gains. Such a good thing was something Chu Mu was naturally very happy about. More and more dark iron-ranked sinners rushed from the front, forming an encirclement. Both Chu Mu and Long Yun Kong's sword attack speed was very fast, and the speed at which they killed sinners was also very fast. However, they were still not as fast as sinners appearing. Soon, the two of them were separated and surrounded. Fortunately, they were only dark iron sinners and were not a big threat. If they were surrounded by bronze-level sinners, they would have to be careful. Being surrounded, the two were not afraid at all. Instead, they attacked more fiercely. With a whoosh, the sword light suddenly flashed. Several sinners trembled and their hearts were picked out. While they were still rolling in the air, the sword light directly drew a circle. It was as if the sky and the water were intersecting. After one circle, more hearts were sent flying. Chu Mu seemed to have made a cut, but the tip of the sword changed countless times in an instant. Every time, it pierced the sinner's chest and picked out the heart. Long Yun Kong tried and found that he couldn't do it at all. It required absolute control of the sword in hand and profound attainments in swordsmanship. After a try, Long Yun Kong found it very difficult and obscure. His smooth swordsmanship suddenly encountered an unexpected resistance, which almost caused him to be hit in the heart by the sharp claws of a dark iron sinner. Long Yun Kong had no choice but to give up on such a method and perform his best swordsmanship. When the sword light struck out, white clouds swirled and surged. Beams of sword light shuttled back and forth. Each beam of sword light was the convergence of power. It was so powerful that it pierced through the sinners' heads and brains, crushing their wills. They suddenly became like walking corpses, and their reflexes decreased. Under the slashes of sword light, the sinners' bodies were cut open, revealing their hearts. Such a swordsmanship was very powerful and mysterious. With one move, it killed more than 20 dark iron sinners. However, the sinners weren't afraid at all. Instead, they surged forward from all directions, as if their ferocity had been aroused. Chu Mu, on the other hand, didn't use any powerful sword technique because there was no need for it. If he used a powerful sword technique, he would indeed be able to instantly kill more sinners. The problem was that if he couldn't directly pick out the sinner's heart, it would undoubtedly lower his efficiency. Like right now, with each strike, he would definitely pick out 4 or 5 hearts. He could also train his energy unification technique as well as the sword energy's vibration, killing several birds with one stone. Countless black iron-ranked sinners fell to the ground, but the sinners that rushed in from behind quickly replaced them. There was no end to their numbers. The dark night period was more suitable for sinners than the gray snow period. The night was their world. The sinners had always disliked light and preferred darkness. This was also why the sinners would return to their underground caves to sleep when they reached the blazing sun stage. Not only did they dislike light, but being in the light would also increase the consumption of their energy, making them even weaker. Although the sinners didn't seem to have any intelligence to humans, they had their own instincts to judge whether the environment was beneficial to them or not. During the dark night period, the sinners' power would be constantly replenished. Even if they used their full strength, they wouldn't be drained much. On the contrary, if they could eat hearts, they could accumulate power for themselves and strengthen themselves. The dark iron hearts were constantly picked up by Chu Mu's sword and flew into Chu Mu's space ring. Suddenly, an even louder roar rang out. It was like rolling thunder, and the roar came from the distance in a mighty manner. The aura contained in the roar far exceeded that of the dark iron sinners. The bronze sinners had finally woken up and left the underground caves. Bronze sinners were not only far stronger than black iron sinners, but their sixth sense was also far better than black iron sinners. The moment they woke up, they could sense the aura of a living person with the help of the dark night environment. The sound of their heartbeats and the sound of their chi and blood flowing could be heard clearly. They could sense aura fluctuations more clearly than dark iron sinners. The dark iron sinners surged forward like a tide. Chu Mu and Long Yunkong fought with all their might and kept harvesting. Brother Chu, the bronze heart is far more valuable than the dark iron heart. Now that the bronze sinners have woken up, I suggest we retreat into the bronze earth, Long Yunkong said as he closed in on Chu Mu. Okay. Chu Mu had no objections. The value of killing a bronze-level sinner was comparable to the value of killing 10,000 black iron sinners. Up until now, the total number of black iron sinners that the two of them had killed was probably less than 1,000. The hearts of 1,000 dark iron sinners were only 1/10 of the value of a bronze heart. Immediately, the two of them brandished their swords and broke through the encirclement of the black iron-level sinners. Even though the black iron-level sinners continued to surge over from all directions, the two of them were unable to effectively stop them as they deliberately tried to break through the encirclement. Not long after, Chu Mu and Long Yunkong fought their way out of the encirclement of the black iron sinners. Using their speed, they quickly ran across the black iron ground. The group of black iron sinners were like mad dogs, roaring as they chased after them. However, they couldn't catch up with Chu Mu and Long Yunkong's speed. Soon, Chu Mu and Long Yunkong both crossed the dark iron ground and entered the bronze earth. The dark iron sinners who were chasing after them stopped in front of the bronze earth. They seemed to be very afraid and didn't dare to take a step forward. However, under the collision of the dark iron sinners who were chasing after them, some of them couldn't help but step into the bronze earth. To Chu Mu's surprise, there seemed to be a force in the bronze earth that rushed into the bodies of the dark iron sinners, causing them to tremble and then explode. Chapter 1720. Chu Mu was very surprised to see the dark iron sinners explode right in front of him. He had not felt any power from the ground under his feet, but the dark iron sinners had been blown up by an invisible force when they had entered the bronze ground. This surprised Chu Mu and made him a little wary. Fortunately, this force only targeted the sinners and not the cultivators. The remaining black iron sinners didn't even dare to approach. They only stood at the edge of the black iron ground and roared at Chu Mu and the other person. The roars came in waves, causing one's heart to tremble. On the other hand, Chu Mu and Long Yunkong were facing the dark iron sinners at close range. With one strike, Chu Mu plucked out the hearts of the sinners and stored them in his interspatial ring. There was no pressure in this kind of hunting. There was no need to worry about being attacked by the sinners. They could hunt to their heart's content. However, the sinners did not know how to retreat. Even if they wanted to retreat, they could not do so because the sinners behind them were constantly surging forward, blocking their path of retreat, just like Chu Mu and Long Yunkong. There were sword saints in other places who were constantly killing the dark iron sinners and plucking out their hearts. However, their efficiency could not compare to Chu Mu's. After the sinners were killed, they were treated as food by the sinners behind them and eaten. In addition to eating hearts, the sinners would also eat the corpses of their own kind. The corpses contained power that they could store and accumulate for their transformation. There was no doubt that the act of eating one's own kind was very incomprehensible to humans. It was disgusting and unacceptable. However, as cultivators, especially those who had cultivated to the eternal realm, their willpower was not something ordinary people could compare to. The loud roars were rapidly approaching. There was a commotion among the dark iron sinners, and dark iron sinners were constantly sent flying. Immediately, Figures that were different from the dark iron sinners crossed the border between the black iron ground and the bronze ground without any hindrance and rushed towards Chu Mu and Long Yun Kong. This was a bronze-level sinner. As they approached, Chu Mu and Long Yun Kong were already prepared. Especially Chu Mu, his extraordinary hearing allowed him to easily distinguish the sounds. The speed of the bronze-level sinner was far superior to that of a dark iron-level sinner. In front of Chu Mu, it turned into a stream of bronze light and clawed out, aiming for his heart. The terrifying sharpness and the shocking coldness made Chu Mu's heart contract in an instant. The bronze sinner's claws pierced through his afterimage and tore it apart. The sword light flashed and struck the bronze sinner, sending it flying. It wasn't that Chu Mu didn't want to kill it with one strike, but that there were several bronze-level sinners that attacked him at the same time. If Chu Mu wanted to kill one of them, although he was extremely fast, there would inevitably be a moment of delay, and it was very likely that he would be attacked by the other bronze-level sinners. After sending the bronze-level sinner flying with one strike, Chu Mu borrowed the force and spun quickly. His sword, with amazing power, began to vibrate. He directly performed the Zhen Tian sword style and sent the other bronze-level sinners flying. As they were sent flying, the encirclement of the bronze-level sinners was suddenly broken. Chu Mu seized the opportunity and stepped forward, holding his sword and killing one of the bronze-level sinners. This time, it wasn't to practice his sword, but to kill more sinners and obtain their hearts. The weakest bronze-level sinner was at least a 6-star saint. Moreover, their bodies were very strong and their defense was amazing. In the face of danger, they could erupt with amazing power. It was impossible to kill a bronze-level sinner with just the power of a saint's body. Therefore, Chu Mu used the divine wilderness sword essence and stabbed out, piercing the bronze-level sinner's heart. Then, with a twist, he cut open the sinner's chest and pulled out its heart. The other bronze-level sinners attacked once again. In another place, Long Yun Kong was also surrounded by several bronze-level sinners. Even a 7-star saint wouldn't dare to underestimate the situation when surrounded by several bronze-level sinners at the same time. Seeing Chu Mu kill a bronze-level sinner so easily without being threatened, Long Yun Kong was very impressed. He used even more strength to kill a bronze-level sinner. They were competing. More and more bronze-level sinners approached, knocking away the iron-level sinners, blocking their way. They rushed into the bronze-level sinners and exploded with amazing speed to kill. As soon as the bronze-level sinners were killed by Chu Mu, there were more than a dozen bronze-level sinners targeting him. His footwork seemed chaotic, but it was actually very mysterious. It seemed dangerous, but in fact he calmly avoided the attacks of the bronze-level sinners. With a sword in hand, every sword vibration would definitely knock back a bronze-level sinner. Then he would seize the opportunity to counterattack and kill a bronze-level sinner. However, some of the powerful bronze-level sinners were comparable to an ordinary peak 7-star saint. They were extraordinary. Even Chu Mu couldn't kill them in one strike in such a state. Long Yun Kong also encountered a powerful bronze-level sinner. Long Yun Kong was a beginner 7-star saint, but his strength was stronger than an ordinary peak 7-star saint. However, the powerful bronze-level sinners could resist Long Yun Kong's sword in a one-on-one battle, so he couldn't kill them in a short time. Moreover, there were other bronze-level sinners attacking him. The pressure was increasing. There were already casualties in other places. After all, the iron-level sinners were easy to kill, but the bronze-level sinners were really easy to kill. Go quickly! They're too strong. We'll enter the bronze-level sinner land soon. Once there was a death, many people immediately retreated. As long as they entered the bronze-level sinner land, they would be safe. Then there would be enough time for them to retreat to the bronze-level sinner land. Brother Chu, let's retreat too. Long Yun Kong knocked back his opponent with a sword and immediately withdrew. At the same time, he shouted to Chu Mu. Okay. Chu Mu also knew that now was not the time to be brave. There were more and more bronze-level sinners, and some of them were as strong as 7-star saints. Once they were surrounded, it would be very difficult to break out. With a slash, the sword vibrated at a very high frequency, and the 5th-level sword energy also vibrated. Yes, Chu Mu's sword energy could already vibrate at the 5th level, which was 1 step higher than the 4th level. Under the 5th-level sword energy vibrations, the bronze-level sinners were knocked back again, breaking the encirclement they were about to form. It seemed that the sinners didn't have much intelligence, but they knew to cooperate to a certain extent. The stronger the sinner, the more cooperative they would be. After knocking back a bronze-level sinner, 2 more bronze-level sinners came from the left and right. Chu Mu didn't withdraw his sword. Instead, he used the recoil force of the sword to slash at the bronze-level sinner on the left, using the rebound force in addition to his own vibration force. The might of this sword strike was increased by another level. After knocking back the sinner on the left, the sinner on the right had already clawed at Chu Mu's chest. Again, using the recoil force and his own vibration force, he slashed to the right. With a bang, the sinner on the right was knocked back as well. Suddenly, Chu Mu had a flash of enlightenment. It was as if he had comprehended something in an instant. Could this be the mystery of vibration? Chu Mu thought to himself. As he retreated, he slashed out with his sword. Under the influence of vibration, he knocked back another bronze-level sinner. Then, without waiting for the other sinners to surround him, Chu Mu took the initiative to attack. He used the recoil force of the sword to combine it with his own vibration force. He had used this method a long time ago. However, at that time, he didn't have a deep understanding of the mystery behind it. It was only now that he had some understanding. This was also because he knew how to use it back then, but he didn't understand it. It was because his realm wasn't high enough, and he didn't have enough experience. Time after time of research, time after time of application, time after time of comprehension, time after time of research, time after time of application, time after time of comprehension. Finally, he had accumulated enough experience to welcome a transformation. Inspiration gushed out from the depths of his mind like spring water. His original momentum of retreat suddenly stopped. Chu Mu stood where he was and slashed out with his sword. Every time he slashed out, he would have a new understanding. More and more bronze-level sinners crossed the edge of the black iron land and entered the bronze land. They rushed toward Chu Mu. Soon, Chu Mu was surrounded by bronze-level sinners. Brother Chu. Long Yunkong didn't understand why Chu Mu suddenly stopped retreating and was surrounded by bronze-level sinners. He wanted to help Chu Mu break out of the encirclement, but he couldn't because he was also being chased by more than a dozen bronze-level sinners. 2 or 3 of them had the strength of a 7-star saint. They were very difficult to deal with, and he could only protect himself, being surrounded by dozens of bronze-level sinners, and several of them were very pure in color. They were very powerful bronze-level sinners. If it were him, he would definitely die. Long Yun Kong could only shake his head, regretfully. He couldn't help and could only protect himself. There was nothing he could do. He originally wanted to befriend Chu Mu, but he didn't expect that before their friendship deepened, Chu Mu would die here. He couldn't help but sigh. Some people had already retreated into the silver soil. Bronze-level sinners did not dare to enter the silver soil. They could only roar at the edge of the land. Soon after, they changed their direction and went in another direction because they could still feel the powerful qi and blood energy fluctuations. Some people died under the claws of the bronze-level sinners, and their hearts were dug out and eaten. The bronze-level sinners who ate their hearts all roared with joy. Bronze-level sinners appeared from all directions, wreaking havoc everywhere. Even an 8-star saint didn't want to be surrounded. At this time, Long Yun Kong successfully withstood the great pressure and retreated into the Silver Land. He was temporarily safe. He tried to look in Chu Mu's direction, but the night was too dark. It was difficult to see. He could only vaguely see many figures. Brother Chu sighed. He sighed regretfully again. Chapter 17:21. If Long Yunkong's vision had not been affected by the darkness of the night, he would have seen the dense bronze figures encircling him in circles. Those were all bronze-level sinners, and there were at least hundreds of them. Even an 8-star saint would not have an easy time being surrounded by hundreds of bronze-level sinners, a small number of which were as strong as 7-star saints. However, Chu Mu, who had fallen into the encirclement, once again entered a special state. In order to better understand, he directly opened the realm of tranquility. In this state, although the power of the primordial spirit would be consumed faster, his perception of himself and his surroundings would be 10 times clearer. Thus, he could better control his own power and all his movements. The sword vibrated, and the impact of the vibration force repelled the bronze-level sinners one by one. In the realm of tranquility, the movement and attack trajectory of each sinner were all clearly captured by Chu Mu. Thus, he could make the best counterattack according to the opponent's trajectory. Every time he counterattacked, he tried his best to kill as much as possible and ensure that he could continue to understand. The buzzing sound kept coming, as if a swarm of bees were flying. The blazed spiritual sword was vibrating at a very high and stable frequency. With the vibration of the sword, the surrounding air spread out layer by layer like water waves, as if even the darkness of the night was pushed back a little. Under the vibrations, the blazing glory spiritual sword was sharper and more powerful than usual. The power of the basic sword technique was increased by more than a few times, and the destructive power was even more shocking. However, this was not Chu Mu's goal. His goal was even higher. In the realm of tranquility, inspiration was gushing out. The vibration frequency of the sword in his hand steadily increased under Chu Mu's comprehension. It gradually surpassed the vibration frequency of the earthquake energy and moved to a higher level. Vibration is a skill. Vibration is also a kind of power. Vibration can be integrated into every kind of power. Solid, liquid, and gaseous states can all be used with vibration techniques to make them vibrate and obtain more powerful power. Vibrations can penetrate the solid, liquid, and gas states and enter deeper levels to cause damage. Chu Mu's comprehension kept surging, and his inspiration kept gushing out like a fountain. The mysteries of vibration kept appearing in Chu Mu's mind. He grasped them and then reflected them on the sword body, increasing the frequency of vibration. Bang! 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 Chu Mu brandished his sword and circled the area. None of the bronze sinners could get close. Although there were already more than 100 bronze-level sinners surrounding Chu Mu, only a dozen of them were actually attacking Chu Mu. After all, space was limited. At this time, except for Chu Mu, the other people who were still alive had already retreated into the silver soil and were quickly retreating to the golden soil. After all, the next thing that would appear was a silver-level sinner. The powerful strength of a silver-level sinner was not something they could fight against. Even the weakest silver-level sinner had the strength of an ordinary 9-star saint-level saint, while the most powerful among them was only an 8-star saint-level saint. There was a huge gap between them and the silver-level sinners. They would probably not even be able to withstand a single blow from the silver-level sinners before being killed. Their hearts would become the silver-level sinners' food. The silver soil was not as large as the bronze soil. Soon, everyone retreated into the golden soil. More than 2,000 people on the golden soil seemed a little crowded. Chu Mu, who was surrounded by the bronze-level sinners, further changed. It seemed that the air around him was also slowly vibrating. It was not driven by the vibrations of the sword body, but by the vibrations of Chu Mu's body. The deeper one's understanding of the mysteries of vibration, the deeper one's use of vibration power would be, and the more skillful and proficient it would be. Chu Mu had benefited from countless comprehensions and applications in the past to reach this step. In the end, his accumulation finally erupted and transformed. Previously, the inspiration was like a fountain. Now, the inspiration was like the waves of the sea. Each wave was higher than the previous one. It was continuous and turbulent, an explosion of inspiration. An unprecedented understanding welled up in his heart. Suddenly, Chumu really understood something. He knew that he had broken through a shackle and peered into a deeper level of mystery. That was true meaning. The moment he understood the true meaning, Chumu's eyes emitted an extremely sharp light. The light was like a sword, piercing through the void. Vaguely, it caused the void to vibrate. Even the deep night could not stop it. A series of soft explosions rang out one after another. It was the sound of the air being squeezed and vibrated into pieces. I see. This is the essence of vibration, the mysteries of vibration, the true meaning of vibration, the true meaning of vibration, Chumu said in a low voice. The light in his eyes was restrained. After gaining a preliminary understanding of the true meaning of vibration, his mastery of vibration techniques had reached an unimaginable height. It was as if with just a thought, all the power in his body could instantly vibrate. This kind of vibration could be inside the body, or it could be outside the body. Regardless of whether it was gaseous, liquid, or solid, it could all be vibrated. In short, after mastering the true meaning of vibration, there was nothing that could not be vibrated. Of course, Chumu had only gained a preliminary understanding of the true meaning of vibration. There was still a long way to go before he could vibrate anything. However, he had already stepped into this realm. The only thing he lacked was time and experience. After mastering the true meaning of vibration, Chumu realized that he had already fallen into a heavy encirclement. At this time, the night was even darker. The original range of 100 meters was further reduced to only 50 meters. A roar sounded from afar. Through the heavy darkness, it was like a sudden clap of thunder. Ferocious, ruthless, bloodthirsty, powerful. The power of the roar was far superior to the roar of a bronze-level sinner. This was the roar of a silver-level sinner. The silver-level sinner had also awakened. Chumu's expression suddenly changed. He had seen silver-level sinners before and had also felt the powerful aura of silver-level sinners. He had seen their powerful strength, so he was very clear that the current him was definitely not a match for any silver-level sinner. He had to leave now, break through the encirclement, and enter the Golden Land. Otherwise, when the silver-level sinners arrived, it would be troublesome. One had to know that the speed of a silver-level sinner was definitely many times faster than a bronze-level sinner. With a boom, a tyrannical aura rushed out from his body, like a volcanic eruption. It caused the surrounding air to vibrate endlessly, forming a surging white air wave that spread out in all directions. The eternal spirit sword appeared in his left hand. Chumu seemed to be moving slowly, but in reality he was moving extremely quickly. With both swords on the left and right, the next moment, more than 10 bronze-level sinners attacked again. At the same time, Chumu's swords moved. The two swords danced and slashed across the sky. Two sword light turned into a ring that crossed around his body, crossing clockwise and counterclockwise. The two rings seemed to cut the night sky apart, and with a speed that could not be seen with the naked eye, they vibrated to the extreme. An incomparably tyrannical power fused into one. Sword intent, divine wilderness sword essence, saint physique strength, and level 6 sword force. Yes, after grasping the true meaning of Quake, his sword force had risen from level 5 sword force to level 6 sword force. Moreover, Chumu was extremely confident that he could grasp sword force to level 9 sword force in a short period of time. Under the convergence of various powers, the two swords formed a ring and slashed, directly repelling more than 10 bronze-level sinners. Immediately after, Chumu leaped and kicked out with both feet. Every kick was infused with the true meaning of Quake. Under the vibration of power, 2 bronze-level sinners in front of him were kicked away, and the 2 swords slashed out again. Gentian's sword style. With Chumu being able to defeat a peak 7-star saint rank, the sky-shaking sword style that he used, after incorporating the true intent of vibration, was so powerful that it wasn't inferior to his other sword styles by much. Once the sword strength vibration reached the 9th level, the sky-shaking sword style would become the most violent of all the sword styles he grasped. Under the tyrannical sword, even a bronze-level sinner that was comparable to a peak 7-star saint wouldn't be able to withstand it, let alone an ordinary bronze-level sinner. Under Zhen Tian's sword style, they would directly explode. The bronze heart was stored in Chu Mu's interspatial ring. Brandishing both swords, the true intent of tremors was unleashed again and again. Every time the sky tremor sword style was unleashed, it would definitely kill a sinner at the level of a 7-star saint. With his tyrannical strength, he forcefully opened up a path of blood. The bronze-level sinners continued to surround him from all directions, attempting to block the gap and prevent Chu Mu from leaving. As for Chu Mu, he used all his strength to forcefully kill his way out of the encirclement. The bronze-level sinners that weren't at the 7-star saint level had very strong bodies, but they couldn't withstand Chu Mu's sword style and were killed in one strike. Only the bronze-level sinners that had reached the 7-star saint level were very strong. Their physiques were at the level of a beginner 7-star saint level, and their defense was amazing. Basic sword techniques couldn't hurt them at all, but they couldn't withstand Zhen Tian's sword style. Under the extremely violent Zhen Tian's sword style, the strong bodies of the bronze-level sinners couldn't withstand it and were directly whipped to death. The roars of the silver-level sinners approached again. Chu Mu felt that the silver-level sinners were very likely to have caught up with him. They were rapidly approaching and would arrive here in a short period of time. Sword God's descent. With a low roar, the power of the secret technique was activated. The sharpness increased tenfold, and with a casual swing of the sword, the bronze-level sinner was slaughtered and its heart was harvested. After using the Sword God's descent secret technique, Chu Mu's strength increased tenfold. Even if it was an ordinary mid-level 8-star saint, Chu Mu would be able to face them head-on and even suppress them. The bronze-level sinners were valiant and unafraid of death, but they died under Chu Mu's sword. The two swords reaped them like weeds, unstoppable. Wherever the sharpness went, he was invincible. With the death of the last bronze-level sinner, the other bronze-level sinners behind him chased after him like mad dogs amidst their roars. Chu Mu didn't linger in the battle, and he couldn't linger in the battle. He had to escape as soon as possible. He had to rush out of the bronze-level sinner, enter the silver-level sinner, and then rush towards the gold-level sinner. At the same time, a silver-white figure tore through the darkness like lightning. Chapter 17:22. As soon as the bronze sinners stepped onto the silver soil, they could no longer move forward. They could only stand at the edge and roar at Chu Mu's retreating figure. Chu Mu did not slow down. He quickly ran towards the golden soil, ignoring the roaring bronze sinners behind him. At that moment, a silver-white figure flew out from the bronze sinners like lightning, bringing with it a sharp, whistling sound. It tore through the air like a pair of scissors, tearing through cloth. The terrifying aura was extremely sharp as it pierced out. Chu Mu's back trembled unconsciously. His pores opened, as if an electric current was rushing through his back. He trembled slightly. Without turning his head, Chu Mu could feel an astonishing aura locking onto him from afar. It was rapidly approaching. That was the powerful aura of a silver sinner. Its sharp claws were countless times sharper than a bronze sinner's. Once he was hit, even if Chu Mu's level 8 sacred body, he would not be able to resist, let alone his level 5 sacred body. The silver sinner's speed was much faster than Chu Mu's. At that moment, the silver sinner was rapidly approaching like a silver-white bolt of lightning. Chu Mu was still more than 10 meters away from the golden soil. Normally, a distance of more than 10 meters would be covered in the blink of an eye. However, at that moment, it was like a natural moat. Chu Mu could feel the sharp aura coming from behind him, causing his heart to contract and his entire body to tremble. Thinking quickly, Chu Mu could make a judgment. The Silver Sinner's attack would hit him before he entered the golden soil. "Brother Chu, be careful!" Long Yun-kong saw Chu Mu's figure and was extremely shocked. At the same time, he saw the Silver Sinner chasing after him and quickly warned him. The sharp claws struck, piercing through the night and leaving behind a silver-white streak. This claw was aimed at Chu Mu's back where his heart was. At the moment of crisis, Chu Mu turned around and crossed his swords. Under the true intent of Quake, both swords started to vibrate, forming an even stronger defense. The Silver Sinner's attack hit the point where the two swords crossed. With a clang, the two swords bent inwards in an instant. An incomparably powerful force passed through the swords and into Chu Mu's hands, causing them to go numb. Part of the force also passed through the two swords and blasted towards Chu Mu's chest. The protective sword aura was directly shattered, and the star treasure robe was also penetrated. The last force was withstood by Chu Mu's level 5 sacred body. Fortunately, the Silver Sinner's two swords had blocked most of the force of the attack and weakened part of it. Fortunately, Chu Mu's level 5 sacred body had an amazing defense. Even so, Chu Mu still felt waves of pain coming from the place where he was hit, as if he had been pierced. The qi and blood in his body were surging, and he could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Chu Mu knew that he had been injured by that attack. Fortunately, it was not too serious. His body flew backward under that attack. Chu Mu also intended to use the force of that attack to explode with power and retreat. With the combination of the two, his speed was even faster than the Silver Sinner's. More than 10 meters were crossed in an instant. Chu Mu retreated into the golden soil, and the Silver Sinner's second claw reached him and stopped at the edge. The Silver Sinner was obviously more intelligent than the Bronze Sinner. It knew that there was a lightning pool, and it could not be crossed. A line, just a line, and Chu Mu would have been hit again. He had blocked the first attack, but he could not block the second attack at all. At that moment, Chu Mu felt that his arms were still trembling, slightly. They were numb, and he could not gather his strength. The surging qi and blood slowly calmed down. After spitting out a mouthful of blood, his body did not feel so uncomfortable. The level 5 sacred body's powerful self-healing ability, combined with Chu Mu's powerful vitality from before, allowed his injuries to heal quickly. He was completely healed in a short time. "Brother Chu, are you okay?" Long Yun-kong squeezed to Chu Mu's side and asked with some concern. "Thank you for your concern, Brother Long. I'm just injured." "It's nothing serious," Chu Mu said. He had already put away the two swords. At that moment, everyone's attention was attracted by the Silver Sinner. Therefore, no one noticed that Chu Mu had taken out the second sword, which was also a spiritual sword. Of course, the eternal spiritual sword was only at the lower level, and the spirituality it emitted was not as strong as the blazing spiritual sword. Moreover, the eternal spiritual sword was cultivated by Chu Mu himself. Under Chu Mu's control, the eternal spiritual sword's spirituality could be restrained as much as possible. Unless one was deliberately observing and had keen senses, it would be difficult to notice that the eternal spiritual sword was a spiritual sword. This kid is amazing. He can actually escape from the Silver Sinner. He actually managed to block that attack. Many people looked at Chu Mu's figure and were shocked. Even the weakest Silver Sinner had the strength of a 9-star saint. Even an 8-star saint would find it difficult to withstand such an attack. This person, who seemed to be only a 4-star saint, had actually withstood it and was only injured. It seemed that the injury was not serious. They did not know that it was not easy for Chu Mu to withstand the attack of the Silver Sinner. It was under the state of the Sword God's descent secret method, 10 times the sharpness, coupled with the preliminary understanding of the true meaning of Quake, the strength of a level 5 divine body, and so on. The defense formed by such strength was difficult to break even for a middle-level 8-star saint. As for the Silver Rank Sinner's attack, it wasn't a full-strength attack, but it still had shocking power. It directly broke through Chu Mu's defense, but it also weakened a large portion of its power. The remaining portion was weakened twice more before hitting Chu Mu's body. A level 5 divine body was also very strong. It was far from being comparable to refined steel. However, it still could not withstand the attack of the Silver Sinner after it was weakened. It was injured and vomited blood. If it was an ordinary level 5 divine body, it would take a long time to recover from such an attack. After all, Chu Mu could feel the violent power contained in the attack. It was constantly invading and penetrating. However, Chu Mu's divine body was different. Before reaching level 4 divine body, Chu Mu's body had an extraordinary self-healing ability. It was full of vitality and was very powerful. Light injuries could be healed in an instant. Serious injuries could be turned into light injuries in a very short time. Light injuries could be healed very quickly. The strong self-healing ability of his body, combined with the enhanced self-healing ability of his divine body after reaching level 4 and level 5, the effect was even more amazing. In addition, the origin of wood in his heart was full of vitality. With all these factors combined, Chu Mu's injury could be healed quickly. However, Chu Mu still had some fear in his heart. The power of the Silver Sinner's attack was indeed very strong. Currently, he did not have the slightest ability to resist it. Fortunately, the Golden Land blocked the Silver Sinner outside. Otherwise, as long as a single Silver Sinner entered the Golden Land, everyone present would probably be killed and their hearts eaten. More Silver Sinners came from afar. Dozens of Silver Sinners wandered around the edge of the Golden Land. They did not roar, but their silver-white bodies exuded an incomparably powerful aura that made people's hearts palpitate, especially their pair of black eyes, which were as deep and dark as bottomless pits, flashed with a chilling light that made people's hearts palpitate. When they looked at you, a chill would spread throughout your body and make you shudder. Dozens of silver-level sinners were right in front of them. That kind of pressure was so great that the golden soil couldn't stop it at all. It pressed straight into their hearts, causing their hearts to tremble and shrink. Even a 7-star saint's heart would contract under such a gaze. Those mid-level saints were even more unbearable. They found it difficult to breathe, and their chests were constricted. They almost suffocated and fainted. Their hearts were palpitating. They were afraid that the Silver Sinners would suddenly rush over and kill them. Even though the silver rank sinners were deterred by the Golden Land and were unable to enter, they still felt very unsafe at such a close distance. The feeling of fear was like an ordinary person being surrounded by a pack of wolves in the forest. They swallowed their saliva and felt their legs go weak. Such people were completely afraid. They were destined not to be Deshang. However, Chu Mu and the others weren't afraid. Firstly, they knew that the golden ground could definitely be isolated, preventing silver rank sinners from entering. Even if it didn't, their will was firm and they wouldn't be afraid. At worst, they would fight to the death. A true swordsman would not seek death, but they would not be afraid of death either. Time passed. No one knew how long the dark period would last. More and more silver sinners appeared. There were already more than 100 of them. They wandered around the Golden Land. Their dark and deep eyes swept past from time to time. They were as sharp as knives and emitted a shocking coldness. The dark night seemed to be endless. No one knew when it would pass. If the dark period did not pass, the sinners would not retreat. The pressure grew stronger as time passed. Gradually, some people began to break down. Those who broke down were mostly 4-star saints. Their endurance was still not enough. In the midst of breaking down, they spoke nonsense and did strange things. They accidentally crossed the Golden Land and were directly caught by a silver sinner. Reality proved that the silver rank sinner was indeed more intelligent. It did not dig out the heart immediately. Instead, it grabbed the man's arms and shoulders. Its dark and deep eyes stared straight at the people in the Golden Land. Then it exerted its strength and directly tore a living person apart in front of everyone. With a ripping sound, the person was torn apart on the spot. The scene was extremely bloody. Then the silver sinner grabbed the heart and stuffed it into its mouth, chewing it big mouthfuls. The heart of a 4-star saint was nothing to the silver sinner. The reason it did that was to further break the people's will. Most people were unmoved, but there were still a small number of people who were frightened. At that moment, a roar sounded. It shook the heavens and dominated the darkness. Hearing that roar, more than 100 silver sinners stood still and lowered their heads slightly. They looked quite obedient, which was very surprising. After that, a golden figure silently tore through the darkness and arrived. Chapter 17:23. As soon as the golden figure appeared, all was silent. Regardless of whether it was the tens of thousands of black iron sinners who had been roaring nonstop on the black iron lands, the bronze sinners who were counting money like mad dogs on the bronze lands, or the tyrannical silver level sinners who used various means to intimidate people on the silver lands, all of them quieted down the moment the golden figure appeared. They lowered their heads submissively and lowered their auras as if they were welcoming their king. Who was it? Who could make so many fierce and violent sinners bow their heads to him? The golden figure's light seemed to have blinded everyone's eyes. It had the aura of a king who ruled the world and controlled the night. It was incomparable. Its pair of dark eyes were like black holes, deeper and more profound than the night, as if they could devour all light. Wherever it passed, the moment they looked into its eyes, they would feel their primordial spirits swaying, as if they were about to fly out of the spiritual world and be absorbed by the other party's eyes. This feeling caused everyone to be extremely shocked in their hearts, and their expressions changed greatly. Among the people present, the one with the highest cultivation was an 8-star saint. His primordial spirit was also the strongest, having reached the early 5th stage. However, his primordial spirit of the early 5th stage trembled unsteadily under the gaze of the golden figure. He was so frightened that his face turned pale and he was horrified. Who was this? Looking at the appearance of this golden figure, it was not much different from a human. However, its head was bald and there was not a single strand of hair on its body. It was completely naked. Its height was about the same as a normal human's, but the proportions of its body were extremely perfect. It was incomparable and enviable. The obvious muscle lines and perfect muscle contours made people know at a glance that it was a combination of strength and speed, containing terrifying power. The golden skin emitted a faint golden halo, forcing the night to retreat. Such a figure was very conspicuous no matter where it was. It did not deliberately emit a strong aura, but its aura was already difficult to breathe. The golden figure was almost human, but it was not human. Its aura and appearance made people suddenly think of a thought. As soon as this thought came to mind, they immediately felt a chill down their spines, and it was hard to believe. Sinners. As everyone knew, sinners were divided into black iron, bronze, and silver sinners. Legend had it that above the silver sinners there was a sinner of the highest level, which was the gold sinner. However, to many people, gold-level sinners were only a legend. The reason for that was because gold-level sinners had not appeared for thousands of years. Don't tell me that there really is a gold grade. The 8-star martial saint old man who came from a powerful force said in a trembling voice. His entire body was trembling uncontrollably. The gold sinners that only existed in legends were incomparably tyrannical existences. Only the 7 kings could contend against them. They were not existences that they could fight against. Only gold-rank sinners could make other sinners willingly submit to them. Gold-level sinners. Doesn't that mean we can step into the golden lands? Then we. Another 8-star saint exclaimed. Facing silver-grade sinners, they were unable to resist at all. They could only retreat to the golden ground and wait for the sinners to leave. However, something unexpected had happened. An unforeseen event had occurred. An unprecedented, unforeseen event had occurred. A gold-level sinner had appeared. For a long time, Everyone had thought that gold level sinners were just a legend. They had always doubted whether they really existed. After all, they had not appeared for thousands of years. Now, a gold level sinner was right in front of them, alive and well. Why? The onyx great sword had experienced countless dark nights. At most, there would be a group of silver-grade sinners. Why did a gold-level sinner appear this time? No one could understand what was going on, nor could they understand what was going on. However, there must be a reason for everything. It was just that at their level, they could not understand it. Now was not the time to think about why a gold-level sinner, who had not appeared for thousands of years, would appear here. This was because, according to the rules of the land under the onyx great sword, gold-level sinners could enter the Golden Land. The Golden Land was their last resort. Although the land under the onyx great sword's altar had a deeper color, it was still a part of the Golden Land. Presumably, it would not be able to stop the gold-level sinner. In other words, they were doomed. Chu Mu, on the other hand, wasn't afraid. He stared at the gold-rank sinner and stared back without fear. Chu Mu could see the cruelty in the gold-level sinner's eyes. There was coldness and ruthlessness. At the same time, Chu Mu also felt that the gold-level sinner's strength was far superior to the silver-grade sinner's and also far superior to the peak of the 9-star saint level. This was the range of a peerless master. A gold-level sinner was equivalent to a peerless master. Only a peerless master could compete with them. Chu Mu naturally could not compete with a gold-level sinner. He could not even compete with the weakest silver-grade sinner. However, he still had a trump card. Once in danger, Chu Mu would use his trump card. Once the trump card was used, not only would the gold-level sinner die, but the other sinners would also die. However, the trump card could only be used once. It was a pity that Chu Mu would not use it until the last moment. "Humans, you will all die." Suddenly, the gold-level sinner spoke. Its voice was cold and emotionless. It made one's hair stand on end. Its eyes flashed again. What? It can speak. Everyone was shocked, and their expressions changed again. A gold-level sinner could speak human language. What did this mean? This meant that the gold-level sinner also possessed intelligence. Moreover, it could speak fluently. Its intelligence was definitely not low. Then, if the gold-level sinner possessed intelligence, would the other sinners also possess some intelligence? Sinners possessed great strength. Their powerful bodies, sharp claws, and teeth were all their weapons. They were the source of their strength. If they possessed great strength and intelligence, they would undoubtedly be even more terrifying. There had always been a debate about whether sinners possessed intelligence. However, for thousands of years, the gold-level sinner had only been a legend. Regardless of whether it was the black iron-level sinner, the bronze-level sinner, or the silver-level sinner, they could not speak. They could only roar. However, in comparison, the silver-level sinners were not only more powerful, but also more intelligent than the black iron and bronze-level sinners. However, in the eyes of the crowd, this was a difference caused by the difference in class and strength. It had nothing to do with the word intelligence. What was intelligence? Only with a certain level of thought, a certain level of civilization, and a certain level of racial heritage could one give birth to true intelligence. Now, it seemed that the gold-level sinner could speak human language very fluently. The other sinners bowed their heads in submission. The possibility of the sinners possessing intelligence was not small. If the sinners truly possessed intelligence, then it was completely different from if they did not possess intelligence. Without intelligence, humans and sinners were like humans and beasts. With intelligence, it was akin to killing each other. The meaning was completely different. Following the gold-level sinner's words, over 100 silver-level sinners all gathered around it. They roared the crowd with astonishing momentum. The roars of several thousand bronze-level sinners and several tens of thousands of black iron-level sinners sounded like rolling thunder. The roars did not stop. It was as if 10,000 thunderbolts had struck the sky. They were so mighty that they were constantly transmitted in the dark night. They vibrated and attacked the hearts of the crowd, causing their hearts to rapidly contract and their blood to flow faster. It's over. I'm going to die. Under the threat of the gold-level sinners and the roars of the tens of thousands of sinners, a portion of the mid-level saint-level cultivators immediately went limp and trembled. Their faces were drained of blood, and some of them even began to cry. I shouldn't have come here. I regret it. I regret it so much. Why? Why did I have to encounter gold-level sinners? Who can save me? Waves of ghostly wails and howls rang out. Many people directly collapsed to the ground. No one wanted to be killed, especially by sinners. Thinking back to how the silver-rank sinners had killed people not too long ago, they had torn them in half and eaten their hearts. That kind of scene was incomparably bloody and incomparably exciting. Just thinking about it made people tremble in fear. Even if they were going to die, they could not die like that. Shut up! A 7-star saint roared. The cries and howls upset him. His initial shock and slight fear were magnified by the cries and howls. If it were any other time, the roar of a 7-star saint expert would be enough to intimidate the mid-level saints. They would not dare to make any more noise. However, at this moment, the mid-level saints were already scared out of their wits by the gold-level sinners. There was only fear and regret in their hearts. It was as if they did not hear anything. They continued to wail and howl. The 7-star saint expert, who roared, was furious. His anger erupted like a volcano. He drew his sword and instantly cut the people around him into 2 halves. All of you, shut up. I will kill anyone who dares to wail again. This will be their fate. The 7-star saint expert's eyes were red. He swept his gaze across the crowd. His rapid breathing was accompanied by surging killing intent. His sharp eyes were filled with killing intent. His long sword was still dripping with blood. This frightened some of the people close to him. However, there were still people in the distance who continued to wail. There was no other way. Their will had been destroyed. Living was worse than death. Chu Mu and the others could naturally see that the 7-star saint experts was on the verge of collapse. With just a little bit more stimulation, he would really collapse and fall into madness. They could not help but feel a chill in their hearts. Chapter 1724. Ignoring the crazy 7-star saint, Chu Mu's eyes met the gold-level sinners. In an instant, his heart trembled. It was not fear or excitement, but shock. He found that the gold-level sinner seemed to be very happy to see the current situation. Yes, the gold-level sinner has intelligence, so it should not be low. It looks like it is even more happy to see the internal collapse of the human cultivators, Chu Mu said to himself, feeling even more awestruck. Sinners with great power were indeed shocking, but sinners with great power and intelligence were undoubtedly the most frightening. Kill, 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 kill. After shouting the word kill 5 times in a row, the 7-star saint waved the sword in his hand and slashed everywhere. The people around all retreated to avoid being affected. Immediately after, this 7-star saint's crimson eyes swept across and locked onto the gold-level sinner. He had already lost his rationality due to fear, and his will had fallen. He instinctively remembered the target that had caused him to lose his mind, and in his madness he was actually not afraid at all. He rushed forward and slashed with his sword. However, in a situation where he had lost his mind, he could not mobilize his strength properly. He did not know how to use his powerful sword techniques, so he simply slashed out with his sword. However, the power of such a slash from a 7-star saint was enough to severely injure a 7-star saint. Everyone stared at him. Until now, there were still people who had doubts. They suspected that this was not a gold-level sinner, but just a special sinner. The theory that had been passed down for thousands of years was still somewhat convincing. However, the next scene made them even more frightened and confirmed their guesses. They saw that the sinner had no intention of dodging, allowing the 7-star saint's sword to slash on his body. A clanging sound was heard, and the ear-piercing sound of metal clashing was heard. The sword was bounced back, and not only was the sinner not injured, there was not even a scratch. Ah! The sinner shouted and waved his sword, slashing out again and again. Although there was no pattern, each slash was still quite powerful. It was a frenzied slash. Slash after slash landed on the gold-level sinner's body. The gold-level sinner had no intention of dodging, nor did he resist. He simply allowed himself to be slashed. Every slash was bounced back. There was not even a scratch left on his body, let alone an injury. Humans are indeed weak creatures. The gold-level sinner spoke again. His cold and emotionless voice was like a sharp sword that pierced straight into one's heart. Then he slowly raised his hand and extended it. It looked very slow, but at some point in time he was holding a warm and beating heart in his hand. Meanwhile, the chest of that 7-star saint had been torn open at some point in time. However, there wasn't a single drop of blood. His entire body trembled as he fell limply to the ground. So fast! Chu Mu's pupils shrank in shock. Although it seemed slow, it was actually incomparably fast. It surpassed Chu Mu's vision as it directly pierced through the 7-star saint's chest and dug out his heart. In an instant, the 7-star saint's blood essence was poured into his heart, causing the blood essence in his heart to become even denser. He casually tossed the heart into his mouth, chewed on it, and swallowed it. A weak life form, but the taste of its heart is not bad. The gold-ranked sinner said after eating the heart. His voice did not fluctuate at all. It was cold and emotionless. It made people's hair stand on end and tremble from the bottom of their hearts. This scene caused some people with unstable minds to break down directly. They wailed incessantly. Basically, only a small number of people were still able to maintain their minds. They were mainly high-level saints and a few mid-level saints. If those mid-level saints could survive, their minds would be tempered and their future achievements would not be low. The premise was that they had to survive. Based on the current situation, surviving was an extravagant hope. They would probably end up as food for the sinners. I haven't eaten a human heart for thousands of years. This time, I'm going to have a good meal. The words of the gold-ranked sinner once again struck the hearts of everyone, further disintegrating their minds. If there was one person who could remain calm and unaffected, it was only Chu Mu. Long Yunkong was also not affected much, but he was still not as good as Chu Mu. Brother Chu, I didn't expect to see the legendary gold-ranked sinner with my own eyes before I die. My life was not in vain. Long Yunkong stood beside Chu Mu and smiled slightly. Not only was he not afraid, but he was also excited. Geniuses were geniuses. Not only were they more talented, but they were also better than ordinary cultivators in all aspects. At this time, the gold-ranked sinner stepped forward. He was not fast. He just walked step by step toward the people of the gold-ranked sinner. Every time he lifted and every time he landed, he brought great pressure to everyone. Everyone kept retreating, their faces full of fear. What should they do? What trump cards do you have? Use them all. Don't you have a powerful treasure? Hurry up and use it. Someone shouted at Chu Mu. He even reached out to grab Chu Mu, but Chu Mu dodged. At this time, the gold-ranked sinner raised his hand and grabbed forward. A human was sucked and flew toward the sinner without any resistance. The human screamed in horror. Blood essence was poured into the sinner, and his heart was dug out and eaten. Such a scene once again destroyed the will of many people. Chu Mu understood that the gold-ranked sinner had an absolute advantage. It did not intend to kill everyone immediately. Instead, it wanted to destroy their will, to fight bit by bit, making them lose their minds and go crazy. It seems that I can only use the sword sect spiritual mark, Chu Mu thought. Facing the approaching gold-ranked sinner, although Chu Mu wasn't afraid, he knew that he wasn't its opponent. He didn't have the slightest ability to resist. The difference in strength between the two of them was truly too great. Only peerless powerhouses could compete with the gold-ranked sinner. One by one, The mid-level saint-level sinners were sucked away by the gold-ranked sinner. Chumu found that those who were sucked away were those who had lost their minds and their minds because of fear. Perhaps the gold-ranked sinner had some special fetishes. However, Chumu thought about it again. Because of fear, the human body would secrete more things, and their blood would be different from usual. The taste of the blood essence being poured into the heart would probably be different. Perhaps it would be more suitable for the gold-ranked sinner's taste. Well, even sinners were particular about taste when eating hearts. This further proved that the gold-ranked sinner's intelligence was not low. At this time, the gold-ranked sinner took a step into the golden land. It was getting closer and closer to everyone. Its aura was like a mountain, suppressing everyone. With its second step, the gold-ranked sinner had completely stepped into the golden land. Humans, be afraid. Be afraid. Only then will your hearts be more delicious. The gold-ranked sinner spoke again. Sure enough, it was as Chumu had guessed. Step by step, the sinner stepped on the golden land. Suddenly, it seemed to have sensed something and stopped. Then, it lifted a foot and stomped down heavily. With a bang, the ground shook. A mere inanimate object dares to obstruct me. After the gold-ranked sinner stomped down, it raised its head and looked at the onyx great sword. Its tone was awe-inspiring. The moment the sinner finished speaking, the onyx great sword suddenly trembled as if it had a mind of its own. It was angry. A buzzing sound came from the black god great sword and spread out, causing the earth to tremble. A ray of light flickered on the black god great sword from below and shot straight up. Soon after, a shocking sharpness appeared, like a volcanic eruption, shooting straight up into the sky. The sharpness tore the night sky apart in an instant. It forcefully split open a clear sky. Everyone was dumbfounded. What's going on? Why is the onyx great sword puzzled? Everyone was very puzzled. We're saved. Suddenly, someone shouted, "The great sword is angry. The sinners are done for. We're saved." Another person shouted, his tone extremely excited. The onyx great sword had become everyone's life-saving straw. Chumu also looked at the onyx great sword, his heart filled with astonishment. He thought that the onyx great sword was an inanimate object. But now, it seemed that was not the case. The onyx great sword had a mind of its own. It was just that its mind was usually not obvious. The sharpness was fully displayed. The night sky was torn apart, revealing the clear sky. In the sky, the sharpness that appeared from the onyx great sword quickly condensed into a small sword. It was a miniature version of the onyx great sword. The miniature version of the onyx great sword instantly shot down and locked onto the gold-ranked sinner. Scram! For the first time, the gold-ranked sinner showed different emotions. With anger, he raised his fist and punched at the onyx greatsword. This punch seemed ordinary, but it was tempered thousands of times and contained countless mysteries. It was like the roar of a dragon and the roar of a tiger. It was majestic and powerful. This punch seemed to be able to shatter the sky. However, under the onyx greatsword sharpness, its tyrannical power directly tore apart the gold-ranked sinner's fist energy and attacked. The gold-ranked sinner crossed his arms and assumed a strange posture. He punched out again, turning into a ferocious head that bit at the onyx greatsword. The onyx greatsword trembled, and a cracking sound was heard. Cracks appeared on it, but the gold-ranked sinner's attack was also defeated. The onyx greatsword's sharpness pierced through its head, causing it to suffer heavy injuries. With a mournful roar, the gold-ranked sinner exploded with all his strength and left without looking back. Immediately, the onyx greatsword shattered into tiny fragments that shot out in all directions. Those were sword rays that contained terrifying power. Wherever they passed, the humans were not harmed at all. However, more than 100 silver-rank sinners were instantly destroyed. Then, thousands of bronze-rank sinners were killed. Finally, tens of thousands of iron-rank sinners were killed. Wherever the sword rays passed, the night sky retreated, allowing everyone to clearly see the terrifying power. The tens of thousands of sinners were like ants. They could not resist at all and were all killed. The terrifying sword rays were like a flood. This scene shocked everyone. They all watched with their mouths agape. There was only one thought in their minds. So strong. Chapter 17:25. In the dark night, even a saint-level expert's vision would be greatly hindered. They would not be able to see anything more than 50 meters away. However, at this moment, it was daytime and the sky was clear. With the onyx great sword as the center, the darkness above the gold land, silver land, bronze land, and black iron land was torn apart, shattered, and dispersed. The silver sinners, bronze sinners, and black iron sinners were all struck by the terrifying sword light torrent. They were all torn apart and turned into powder. The power of that sword ray was incomparably shocking and shocking. They even thought that if the gold sinner had not retreated in time, he would have suffered the same fate as the other sinners. His body would have been torn apart by the terrifying sword light torrent. However, Chumu felt that the gold sinner was so powerful that the sword light torrent would not be able to do anything to him. After all, the onyx greatsword was the materialization of the onyx great sword light. Its powerful attack had only injured the gold sinner, but it had also cracked the gold sinner. Although the sword light torrent was powerful, it was not as powerful as the sword light itself. After the sword light torrent had destroyed all the sinners, its power was exhausted and it disappeared. The dark night once again attacked from all directions. At that moment, everyone saw more than 100 silver hearts, thousands of bronze hearts, and tens of thousands of black iron hearts lying flat on the ground. Everyone's breathing suddenly became rapid. It was an enormous amount of wealth. Even many 9-star, saint-level experts would be moved by this wealth. At this moment, it was right in front of them. Without any hesitation, many people immediately burst out at full speed and rushed out of the gold land towards the silver land. They intended to take the silver hearts for themselves. The value of a silver heart was equivalent to 10,000 bronze hearts. Therefore, taking the silver hearts first was the right thing to do. However, before they could get close to the silver hearts, the runes on the 12 altars all lit up. An invisible force appeared out of thin air and blew past like a gust of wind. It directly blew up tens of thousands of black iron hearts, thousands of bronze hearts, and more than 100 silver hearts. As they danced in the air, they turned into a torrent of hearts and flew rapidly towards the onyx greatsword. Tens of thousands of black iron hearts turned into a huge grayish-black light. Thousands of bronze hearts turned into a bronze light, and over 100 silver hearts turned into a silver-white light. The 3 rays of light intertwined and entered the black deity greatsword. The obsidian great sword violently trembled before regaining its tranquility. There seemed to be a flash of light on its surface before it returned to silence. Chumu saw it very clearly. Combined with all the previous events, he immediately came to a conclusion. Could it be that the Black God Greatsword is damaged and needs to be repaired with the power of the sinner's heart? Chumu guessed. There was some basis for this conjecture. However, the truth was still not clear enough. The appearance of a powerful gold-level sinner that was comparable to a peerless powerhouse caused many people's hearts to crumble. They lost their wills and became crazy. In a moment of life and death crisis, the Black God Greatsword displayed its might, injuring the gold-level sinner and forcing it to retreat. Then it killed the other sinners. Even though the night was long, it was silent. No more sinners appeared. Following this, everyone was basically safe. All they had to do was wait for the night to pass. Of the 2,000 people, nearly 100 had died because of the sinners. The losses weren't too great. The biggest problem was that over 1,000 people's wills had been destroyed. They had lost their minds and gone crazy. Although they had awakened, their faces were gloomy and their eyes were lifeless. A shadow of fear had been cast over their hearts. In this lifetime, they probably wouldn't be able to make any significant progress. It could be said that their path of cultivation had basically been cut off. This wasn't anything to be regretful about. Only those with firm wills could walk further without being shaken. If they were shaken, it meant that their path wasn't very long. Even if they didn't experience this, their future achievements wouldn't surpass their current ones by much. However, there was a small portion of people, about a few dozen of them, who did not crumble under such pressure and persevered. Their future cultivation would be much smoother, and their achievements would most likely surpass their original limits. Brother Chu, I thought you were in danger this time. I didn't expect you to still be able to fight your way out after being surrounded. Long Yunkong smiled and said, I, Long Yunkong, rarely admire people. Now, Brother Chu, there's one more. Fortunately, it was a bronze-level sinner. If it was a silver-level sinner, I wouldn't have been able to escape. Chu Mu smiled. I saw with my own eyes that Brother Chu was attacked by a silver-level sinner in the end, but you still managed to escape. As Long Yunkong spoke, he took out the black iron heart and bronze heart. Brother Chu, please take a look. These are the hearts of the sinners I just hunted. There are a total of 475 black iron hearts and 23 bronze hearts. I guess this harvest isn't as good as Brother Chu's. Chu Mu smiled and also took out the hearts of the sinners he hunted. First, in terms of black iron heart, Chu Mu won over Long Yunkong. He had a total of 533 black iron hearts. Next, he had an overwhelming advantage over Long Yunkong in terms of bronze hearts. Chu Mu's bronze heart was about the same as Long Yunkong's. However, after being surrounded and grasping the true meaning of quake, his attack power had increased. He had killed even more bronze sinners and obtained even more bronze hearts. He had a total of 52 bronze hearts, more than double Long Yunkong's. Without a doubt, Chu Mu had won. Brother Chu, these sinners' hearts are yours. Although there were more than 20 bronze hearts and more than 400 black iron hearts. Long Yunkong didn't feel the slightest reluctance. He gave them all to Chu Mu. A win was a win, and a loss was a loss. In their eyes, these were just worldly possessions. They wouldn't let it blind them. After Chu Mu won, he unceremoniously collected the hearts of those sinners to add to his wealth. Long Yunkong didn't suspect whether Chu Mu had cheated or not. He took out the sinners' hearts from his collection to make up the numbers, because there was no need for that. If Long Yunkong had resorted to such means to win, it could only mean one thing. No matter how talented Long Yunkong was, his future achievements would be limited. He would be the one to lose, not others. The people around them watched with envy as the two of them took out the sinner's heart and put it away. They were incredibly envious and jealous, wishing they could take it for themselves. However, they were afraid of Long Yunkong and Chu Mu, especially the latter. They couldn't see through him and didn't know his background. They didn't dare to act rashly. Otherwise, they might get themselves into trouble. Brother Chu, after the night period is over, I plan to enter a sinner's cave. I wonder if Brother Chu would like to come with me? Long Yunkong changed the topic and asked with his spiritual power, Sinner's cave? Chu Mu was a little surprised. He didn't know much about the sinner's cave. After all, most of what he knew about the land of exile was from Xiao Jun. However, Xiao Jun was much worse than Long Yunkong. The sinner's cave is the cave where the sinners rest and sleep. There are countless sinners in there, but most of them are in a deep sleep. Therefore, it is a good time to hunt sinners for their hearts. Long Yunkong said, Moreover, there are some accompanying spiritual herbs in the sinner's cave. These spiritual herbs contain violent power and can't be absorbed directly. However, they are very valuable. If they are refined into elixirs, their value will be even higher. They can also be consumed. In addition, you can find some rare treasures in the sinner's cave. According to Long Yunkong, the sinner's cave was full of opportunities and treasures. Of course, although most of the sinners are asleep, there are still sinners guarding the cave. Once they are disturbed, they will wake up the sleeping sinners. In the sinner's cave, the sinner's strength will be 20 to 30% stronger than outside. Therefore, it's very dangerous. If you are not careful, you may be wiped out, Long Yun-kong added. Chu-mu nodded. This was the right thing to do. Otherwise, the sinner's cave would become a place where everyone could go. Even if there were any treasures, they would have been taken away long ago. He knew very well that wealth could move people's hearts. As long as there were enough benefits, many people would be willing to risk their lives for it. Therefore, Chu-mu asked the same question. Haha, Brother Chu, the sinner's cave is not easy to find. It's very hidden. I only found one by chance, but I haven't entered it yet. Long Yun-kong smiled. But according to my judgment, no one has entered the sinner's cave yet. But after a long time, it's hard to guarantee that no one will find it. Brother Long, when will you set off? Chu-mu asked. I still need to make some preparations. Besides Brother Chu, I also need to invite a few friends to go with me. It's safer, Long Yun-kong said. Therefore, I estimate that it will be 3 months after we return to Blood-Slaughtering City. Well, I plan to use this time to cultivate in seclusion, Chu-mu said. It seems that Brother Chu has gained a lot this time. Long Yun-kong smiled. How about this? After this, Brother Chu and I will go to Blood-Slaughtering City together. Brother Chu can cultivate in seclusion in Blood-Slaughtering City while I go find my friends. When the time is up, we will set off. Okay. Chu-mu agreed immediately. To Chu-mu, there was no difference whether it was the City of Silver or Blood-Slaughtering City. In short, he was not from the land of exile, but from the outside world. He did not have a sense of belonging to the land of exile, let alone to any city. As long as it could help him improve his strength faster, it did not matter where he went. The two communicated with each other using the power of the divine soul. Within a short distance, it did not consume much energy. Just like that, they set a plan for 3 months later. Next, they would wait for the dark period to pass. They could only hope that the dark period would not last so long. Otherwise, the plan would have to be changed. Chu-mu began to cultivate again. Chapter 17:26. The dark night didn't last for long. A few days later, the dark night was finally over, and the sky was clear again. Seeing the clear sky, the gloominess in everyone's hearts was swept away. It was as if the dark clouds had parted to see the clear sky. Leave. I want to leave this place immediately. I'm never coming back again. This time, because of the appearance of the gold sinners, many people were scared out of their wits and didn't dare to set foot in this place again. Regardless of whether the time was up, the flying shuttles immediately set off. Taking advantage of the dark night and the clear sky, they quickly left the onyx deity sword. Not long after, there was no one around the onyx deity sword. This time, Chu-mu didn't leave on the full moon in his flying shuttle. Instead, he took another flying shuttle to Bloodbath City. If not for Long Yun-kong's invitation, Chu-mu would have probably come from the City of Silver and returned to the City of Silver. However, with Long Yun-kong's invitation, there was only 3 months left. If he returned to the City of Silver, it would be too late to rush to Bloodbath City. The distance between the 5 cities was very far. Once he rushed, he would spend most of his time on the road. He wouldn't be able to cultivate in seclusion and would waste a lot of time. At this moment, the flying shuttle that Chu-mu was on was the one that Long Yun-kong had taken out. Long Yun-kong had an extraordinary background and outstanding talent. Among the geniuses in the entire land of exile, he belonged to the second group. Moreover, he was ranked in the top 3 in the second group. One had to know that there were only a dozen or so geniuses in the first group in the land of exile. The geniuses that surpassed the first group were from the 6 major planets. In other words, among the young geniuses in the land of exile, there were less than 30 people who were more outstanding than Long Yun-kong. It sounded like there were a lot of geniuses who were more outstanding than Long Yun-kong. However, one had to know that there were at least millions of young cultivators in the land of exile. To be able to be ranked in the top 30 among so many cultivators was enough to prove one's talent. Perhaps there were still some hidden geniuses. After all, they were in the minority, and there wouldn't be many of them. With Long Yunkong's talent and strength, he was naturally valued by his sect. Although shuttles were extremely precious, it wasn't difficult for him to borrow one given his status and importance in the sect. The length of this shuttle naturally couldn't be compared with the full moon building shuttle that Chumu had taken before. The total length was only 5 meters, but its appearance was more delicate, faster, and more flexible. The 5-meter-long silver shuttle was like a fish swimming in water. It was extremely fast, and in a flash it surpassed the speed of an ordinary 7-star saint. Of course, the interior space of this 5-m-long shuttle could not match that of the 100-m-long shuttle. Besides Long Yunkong's seat, there were only 4 seats left, which could hold 4 more people in the front, back, left, and right of the shuttle. At this moment, there was only Chumu in the 4 seats. Long Yunkong had to focus on controlling the flying shuttle, while Chumu had to focus on comprehending what he had learned. Therefore, after the two entered the flying shuttle, they didn't speak again. Geniuses were people who could endure loneliness. With the speed of this shuttle, it would take less than a month to return to blood-slaughtering city from the onyx giant sword. For geniuses, a month was actually a short time. During the night, Chumu would chat with Long Yunkong in addition to cultivating. They would talk about cultivation experiences. For Chumu, what was more useful was not Long Yunkong's cultivation experience, but the knowledge related to the land of exile. In the blink of an eye, nearly a month had passed. Chumu arrived at blood-slaughtering city under Long Yunkong's lead. Brother Chu, although I am a true transmission disciple of the 3 saint sects and have a high status, I can't bring people who aren't from my sect to live in my cave residence. Long Yunkong explained. However, I have a manor in blood-slaughtering city. Although it's not big, it should be enough for Brother Chu to live in temporarily. Okay, Chumu didn't refuse. In fact, even if Long Yunkong could take him into the 3 saint sects, he didn't plan to go. The 3 saint sects were the most powerful forces in blood-slaughtering city, except for the governor's mansion. There were many experts in the 3 saint sects. As a true transmission disciple, Long Yunkong naturally had a high status in the 3 saint sects. However, Long Yunkong was not the only true transmission disciple in the 3 saint sects. Moreover, there was always competition among the true transmission disciples. If he followed Long Yunkong in, he might be used as a channel to attack Long Yunkong, just like when he was in the Iron Wing camp. Chumu also came from a sect. Although his sect was like a firefly compared to the moon when compared to the 3 saint sects, he was very familiar with the general structure of a sect. In these 3 months, Chumu planned on quietly cultivating and raising his strength a step further. He didn't plan on using this time to scheme against others. By the way, Brother Chu, I remember that a clan in blood-slaughtering city once offered a reward for the eagle and bear killers who died under your sword. The reward hasn't been cancelled. It seems to be a good reward for sinning people's hearts. Brother Chu, if you're interested, you can go to that clan and take the swords used by the eagle and bear killers to get the reward. After making arrangements for Chumu, Long Yunkong thought of something and said to Chumu before he left. Then he told Chumu the location of that clan, and so on. Since Long Yunkong said it was a good reward, Chumu had no reason to let it go. That clan might have been glorious once, but now it had declined and was headed by a young woman. She was only a mid-level martial saint, which wasn't considered high. That clan had a deep-seated hatred for the eagle and bear killers, so they were very familiar with all the information about the eagle and bear killers, including the appearance and name of the swords they used. Thus, when Chumu took out the eagle-bear double-fiend swords, there was no unforeseen event. Chumu obtained a fortune. The reward for the eagle-bear double-fiend was 100 bronze hearts. The 100 bronze hearts increased Chumu's sinners' hearts by a lot. However, what troubled Chumu was that, in addition to the 100 bronze hearts, there was another reward, a woman. Now, the woman in charge of the family had sworn that she would become the maid of whoever killed the eagle bear duo and serve them for the rest of her life. Chu Mu had never shown mercy to anyone who harbored evil intentions. However, he couldn't treat a pitiful person who had done this for the sake of fulfilling her oath as an enemy. Miss Bairua, let me repeat myself. I don't have a fixed residence. Sometimes the places I go are very dangerous. I don't need anyone to serve me. Chu Mu said solemnly to the young woman beside him, "You are the head of the Lin clan. Every word and action of yours has to be considered for the Lin clan." In terms of appearance, this woman could not be said to be as beautiful as a fairy, nor could she be said to be peerless in her generation. However, she was not that far off. At least in the hearts of many people, she was a beauty. Coupled with her delicate aura, it was enough to make her a goddess in the hearts of many people. Her surname was Lin, and her name was Bairua. Her cultivation base was at the mid-stage of the fifth sky of the Aeon realm. It was hard to imagine that such a delicate woman had been supporting the entire clan, even though the clan had declined. "Young master, the position of the clan head doesn't belong to me. I'm just a temporary representative. Now that the eagle and bear killers have been killed, I don't need to worry about the clan anymore. In the future, I will serve young master wholeheartedly." Lin Bairua's voice was soft but firm. Chu Mu was speechless. Speaking of which, he was rather impressed by Lin Biro. However, this didn't mean that Chu Mu would take her as a servant. Just as he said, she didn't have a fixed residence. Her purpose in coming to the land of exile was only to increase her strength. In the future, she would still have to leave. However, Lin Biro was a native of the land of exile and couldn't leave. However, judging from her tone and expression, it was impossible to ask her to leave. Chu Mu couldn't use force to chase her away. Fine, I'll leave it at that for now. Chu Mu thought he would leave sooner or later. At that time, their fate would be severed. Following a tale, Chu Mu returned to Long Yunkong's manor and settled down for the time being. "I'll be cultivating here for a period of time. I won't go out. You can return to the clan or stay here." Chu Mu said, "Young master, I'll stay here to serve you." Lin Bairua said, "Up to you." Chu Mu said he didn't have anything to serve. His agreement with Long Yunkong was 3 months. It was a short period of time, but Chu Mu felt that he could improve a little in these 3 months. First, sword force. After comprehending the true meaning of vibration, his sword force oscillation had reached the 6th grade. Now he was close to mastering the 7th grade sword force oscillation. He estimated that he would be able to master it in 10 days. In 3 months, he should be able to master the 8th grade sword force oscillation. As for the 9th grade sword force oscillation, Chu Mu wasn't sure. No matter what, this speed was already several times faster than before. In addition to the sword force oscillation, he needed to further master the skill of combining qi and strength. However, in 3 months, Chu Mu estimated that his progress would be limited. Cultivation was like sailing against the current. If he didn't advance, he would fall behind. Even if his progress was not great, he couldn't fall behind. Otherwise, when could he fully master it? In 3 months, he mainly focused on mastering the sword force oscillation and the skill of combining qi and strength. His cultivation couldn't improve much. His divine body couldn't improve much, and his primordial spirit couldn't be improved either. Even so, Chu Mu still needed to spare some time to cultivate. Lin Bairua also lived in the manor. She considered herself as a maid, so she naturally had to serve Chu Mu. However, Chu Mu's life had always been simple, so there was nothing to serve. Therefore, Lin Bairua spent a lot of time on cultivation. To be an excellent maid, in addition to serving the master, she also needed to have enough strength to share the master's worries. Chapter 1727. While Chu Mu was focused on cultivating in the manor, the outside world was in an uproar because of a piece of news. Do gold sinners really exist? Isn't that just a guess? How can there be gold sinners? Many people were alarmed. They were well aware of the strength of silver sinners, and gold sinners were the legendary kings of the sinners. They were definitely many times stronger than silver sinners. The existence of the sinners had always been a great threat to cultivators. If there were gold sinners, the threat to cultivators would be even greater. One had to know that in order to settle down in the land of exile, cultivators had gone through many life and death battles before finally reaching their current situation. Could it be that someone is deliberately spreading rumors? There were also many people who were skeptical. After all, for thousands of years, gold sinners had always been a legend. It was undeniable that some people would spread rumors in the spirit of wanting to see the world in chaos. However, many people confirmed that they had seen gold sinners with their own eyes. Among those who confirmed it, there were many high-level saint-level experts, which made it even more believable. The various things that had happened at that time were basically spread out. For example, the eagle-bear duodemons had died under the sword of a 4-star beginner saint-level expert. However, the most important thing was the appearance of gold sinners. Moreover, gold sinners could speak human language very fluently and could even use psychological tricks. What did this mean? It meant that gold sinners had intelligence, and it was not low intelligence. It immediately overturned the theory that sinners had no intelligence. Debates could be seen everywhere in the land of exile. There were debates about whether there really were gold-level sinners and whether gold-level sinners actually possessed intelligence. Of course, these debates had nothing to do with Chumu. He also did not know that the outside world was in an uproar because of this news. Even the 7 kings were alarmed. It seems that the records left behind by the ancestors are true. Gold sinners are not a legend, the Silver King said. We have already confirmed this point. The Flowing Light King said, the only question is, do gold sinners have intelligence comparable to ours? Speaking of which, the 7 kings were actually a form of inheritance. They were not immutable. The 7 of them had only inherited the titles of the 7 kings for slightly more than 1,000 years. As for the legends of gold sinners, they had only begun thousands of years ago. Therefore, they had never seen a gold sinner with their own eyes. However, the 7 kings of the previous generation left behind records that showed that they had encountered gold sinners. This was a fact, but there was no record of whether gold sinners had high intelligence. Whether they had high intelligence or not was completely different. Without intelligence, no matter how strong they were like beasts. But with intelligence and great power, they were the experts of a clan. They have not appeared for of gold sinners' eyes. Indeed, it had not appeared for thousands of years. Now, it had suddenly appeared and displayed extraordinary intelligence. One could not help but wonder what exactly was the reason behind it. Was this a sign of unrest? We'll deal with whatever comes our way. Gold-ranked sinners are only on par with you and me. There's nothing to be afraid of. The dragon-slaying king snorted coldly. If they dare to come, my sword will cut them down. Mysterious king, I heard that you sheltered a genius some time ago. Are you planning to find an inheritor? The Black Devil King laughed and changed the topic. They had been discussing gold sinners for a while, but they had not come to a conclusion. It would be pointless to continue. Not bad. The mysterious king smiled and said casually. He did not say much. Mysterious king, you are the only one without an inheritor among the 7 kings. You should indeed find one, the Blood Slaughterer said. Among the 7 kings, the Blood Slaughterer King was the most senior. He was also the strongest. He had the momentum of being the leader of the 7. I am. Mysterious King smiled. He always had a smile on his face, making it impossible for others to see through his thoughts. Among the 7 kings, the most senior was the Blood Slaughterer King. Then, the most unpredictable one would be the Mysterious King. If this Chumu doesn't rely on any treasure, then his talent is even more outstanding than a 6-star, the Flowing Light King said. I heard that he came from the outside world. Could it be that the geniuses of the outside world are more outstanding than those of the land of exile? The Green Evil King's tone was filled with doubt. If I can leave this place, I would like to meet the experts of the outside world. The Dragon Slaying King said. He was always full of battle intent. Everyone, I heard that the Gold Sinner was injured by the Dark God Greatsword. I plan to go take a look. I wonder if anyone is interested in going with me. The Black Devil King looked around and laughed. I will go with you. The Dragon Slaying King said, Bastard, you killed my disciple. I will never let you go. In an underground secret chamber of the Black Devil City, a one-eyed old man was cursing. His single eye was filled with killing intent. He was the master of the Eagle-Bear duo, the one-eyed old man. He was a 9-star sword saint with great strength and cruel means. He was even more ruthless than the Eagle-Bear duo. Back then, the mysterious king had protected Chu-Mu. The one-eyed old man didn't dare to directly deal with Chu-Mu. However, he wouldn't let go of the grudge of killing his 2 disciples. Mysterious King couldn't always protect Chu-Mu. He would find an opportunity to act sooner or later. Chu-Mu, who was in the manor, didn't know anything about the commotion outside. After practicing his sword every day, his sword energy oscillation finally reached the 7th grade. After familiarizing himself with it, he started to break through to the 8th grade. Lin Biruo said that she was serving Chu-Mu, but in reality there was nothing for her to serve. However, she still fulfilled her duty as a maid. Apart from cultivating, she usually stayed by the side and waited for Chu-Mu's orders. Lin Biruo's cultivation was at the 5th layer of the Aeon, more than 1 layer higher than Chu-Mu. Naturally, she could see through Chu-Mu's cultivation. However, she still had many questions in her heart. The Eagle-Bear duo were 7-star saints. How could a 4-star saint kill them? However, this might be the other party secret. Lin Biruo was curious, but she didn't ask. In the end, as long as the Eagle-Bear duo was killed and the other party showed their swords, it was enough. As they got along, Lin Biruo found it strange when she saw Chu-Mu practicing his sword. It looked very ordinary, and there were times when it was difficult to understand. It was as if he hadn't practiced the sword for long. It didn't make sense. However, as a maid, she knew what to say and what not to say. Sometimes Lin Biruo would also practice her sword technique not far away. In his free time, Chu-Mu would also take a look at Lin Biruo's sword technique. After a few times, Chu-Mu discovered that Lin Biruo's sword technique foundation was very solid. A basic sword technique was practiced by her like a gurgling stream. The sword light was gentle, and the sword momentum was endless. Other than the basic sword skills, Lin Biruo also knew a few other sword skills. They were all inclined towards gentleness, which suited her personality. Of course, Lin Biruo's sword realm was far from Chu-Mu's. Thus, Chu-Mu could easily see through the intricacies and flaws of Lin Biruo's sword skills. When she was cultivating, Chu-Mu would also give her a few pointers. Lin Biruo was shocked to find that Chu-Mu's seemingly casual pointers were actually right to the point. It gave her a feeling of enlightenment. She suddenly had a deeper understanding of the sword skills she cultivated, and her attainments improved. She was bewildered. Would a person who could casually give him pointers on his swordsmanship and allow him to improve his swordsmanship in a short period of time be as weak as it seemed on the surface? The doubts and curiosity in her heart grew stronger. Chu-Mu could see it. However, he did not make any explanation because there was no need to. However, after casually giving Lin Biruo a few pointers, Chu-Mu once again found that Lin Biruo's comprehension of sword skills was quite good. She could be regarded as a first-rate genius. Thus, he decided to give her more pointers. Thank you for your pointers, young master. Lin Biruo was completely sure that this young master's attainments in sword skills were definitely far better than hers, and it was not what it looked like on the surface. As for why he could cultivate to such a level, perhaps with her realm, she could not understand. This sword skill of yours should be incomplete. There are still a few moves missing, which can be completed. Since he had given her pointers, and her talent in sword skills was indeed good and worth cultivating, Chu Mu simply gave her further pointers while practicing. As soon as he finished speaking, Chu Mu drew out his sword and performed all 15 moves of the most powerful sword skill in Lin Biruo's family. Green Water Sky-Reaching Sword Skill. Each move seemed to have been thoroughly tempered and had the essence, which made Lin Biruo dumbfounded. The Lin family had once been glorious. As the family's signature sword skill, Green Water Sky-Reaching Sword Skill was naturally quite powerful. Although it was not complete, it could be regarded as a first-class sword skill even in the governor's mansion or the three holy sects. However, Green Water Sky-Reaching Sword Skill could only be practiced by the direct descendants of the family and would not be spread to the outside. Now the Lin family had declined, and Lin Biruo was the only one who practiced Green Water Sky-Reaching Sword Skill in the family. She had practiced this sword skill hard for decades and knew how difficult it was to practice. Seniors in the family kept trying to complete the sword skill, but no one could do it perfectly. However, now a person who had never touched Green Water Sky-Reaching Sword Skill not only learned it, but also grasped the essence after watching her practice it a few times. Moreover, he said that he could complete it. This was completely unimaginable. Then, a scene that made Lin Biruo even more shocked appeared. Chu Mu performed 3 moves of the sword skill again. These 3 moves gave Lin Biruo the feeling that they were of the same origin as the Green Water Sky-Reaching Sword Skill she had practiced. However, they were strengthened from the original 15 moves. Both the power and the subtlety were obviously improved. Moreover, each move was better than the previous one, and the improvement increased gradually. After the last move, what she saw was not a sword but Green Water Sky-Reaching Sword Skill. Chapter 1728. The more she interacted with him, the more she felt that he was unfathomable. He was like a boundless starry sky. When she looked up, it seemed very close, and she could reach out and touch it. But in fact, it was infinitely far away, vast and boundless. After giving some pointers to Lin Biruo's Azure Water Sky sword technique, Chu Mu did not teach her anything else. After all, the 3 moves that he had completed were enough for Lin Biruo to practice for quite some time. Azure Water Sky sword technique was indeed a good sword technique. It could be considered a first-class sword technique in the 5 big cities. When it was completed, it could be listed as a super first-class sword technique. Even in big forces like the 3 saint sects, it was highly valued. However, to Chu Mu, this level of sword technique was nothing. The sword techniques recorded in the forest of 10,000 sword steels of the True God sword sect were all refined by the ancestors of the True God sword sect before they were finally modified or created. The lowest level of each sword technique was superior to the top-class sword techniques in the land of exile. Some of them had even reached the inherited level, while some had even surpassed the inherited level, and there were even higher levels. The sword techniques in the land of exile could be divided into basic, unrated, third-rate, second-rate, first-class, super first-class, inherited level, and the king level that surpassed the inherited level. The basic sword techniques were naturally the basic sword techniques. However, they were not the basic moves of the sword. Instead, they were based on the basic movements of the sword techniques. For example, the basic sword technique that Lin Biruo practiced was called the Flowing Water 13 Swords. The power of an unrated sword technique was better than that of a basic sword technique, and it was more mysterious. The power of a third-rate sword technique was more powerful, and naturally more exquisite. Most of the sword techniques practiced in the land of the exiles were unrated sword techniques and third-rate sword techniques. Second-rate sword techniques could already be used as the signature sword techniques of some small clans and forces. First-rate sword techniques, on the other hand, already had a complete inheritance. For example, the melting snow sword technique and the iron blood sword technique that Chumu had seen before were both first-rate sword techniques. However, the exquisiteness of azure water sky sword technique, even though it was incomplete, was still better than those two. With Chumu's accumulation and knowledge on the path of sword arts, let alone a first-class sword art, even a super first-class sword art could be learned by him in an extremely short amount of time. He could grasp its essence and improve it further. Only sword techniques that reached the inherited level could catch Chumu's attention. 3 months passed very quickly. During this time, no one came to disturb him. With a swing of his sword, the sword vibrated, and the sword energy that had reached the 8th level rushed out. As the silver light flickered, its sharpness was astonishing. This sword left a silver-white straight mark in the air, as if it had sliced the air apart, causing Lin Bro, who was in the distance, to feel her hair stand on end. She finally knew that the person she was going to serve had a sword force that was beyond her reach. Looking at the color of the sword force, it seemed to be more than level 6. It might even be level 7. After all, her sword force was only at level 3. Sheathing his sword, Chumu activated the power of his physique. Without using the divine, desolate sword essence, he struck out with his sword. Tremendous strength art, violent art, true meaning of quake, level 8 sword force, and eternal sword will merge together to form the tyrannical and violent Zhen Tian sword style. With a loud bang, Lin Biruo, who was hundreds of meters away, felt an indescribable pressure rushing towards her. It was a terrifying pressure that was enough to crush her into powder in an instant. She seemed to hear the sound of the void exploding. Countless tyrannical airflows reverberated in the void, strangling and crushing everything in its path. She felt that even if she had mastered the 18th move of the Azure Water Sky sword technique and used it with all her might, its power would not be comparable to this sword. As expected, the Zhen Tian sword style with the level 8 sword force vibrations is even more powerful. With my level 5 sacred body, it can threaten a 7-star saint, Chumu thought to himself. After comprehending the true meaning of quake, he had a more unique grasp of the essence of vibrations. It was easier for him to vibrate the sword force and save more energy. Up until now, Chumu had grasped a few true intents. The true meaning of stab, true meaning of slash, true meaning of control, true meaning of chi, and true meaning of quake. He had only grasped the basics of each true meaning, but their power was very obvious. However, the improvement of true meanings was very slow and difficult, because Chumu comprehended them on his own, without the experience of others to refer to or guide him. He could only rely on himself. In this era, this was a lonely and difficult path. "Brother Chu, I'm here." Long Yunkong flew in from outside the manor. Immediately he saw Lin Biruo, who was not far away. A trace of surprise flashed across his face, but he did not say anything. Lin Biruo, on the other hand, was shocked again when she saw Long Yunkong and heard his words. She recognized Long Yunkong. He was the true transmission disciple of the 3 saint sects, Sword Emperor of Drifting Cloud Long Yunkong. He was famous in blood-slaughtering city. Such a genius called his master brother, "Are you leaving?" Chumu smiled and asked. "They are waiting outside the city," Long Yunkong said. "Biruo, I have to go out for something." "You go back to the Lin family first," Chumu said. "Yes, sir. I'll wait for you." Lin Biruo moved her lips, but finally said that, as a maid, she had to be obedient. Hearing the conversation between the two of them and connecting the dots, Long Yunkong revealed a strange expression. The two turned and quickly left the manor, heading out of the city. "Brother Chu, is this girl from the Lin family?" Long Yunkong could not help but ask. "That's her," Chumu said, and briefly explained the cause of the matter. "Haha, Brother Chu, enjoy the grace of such a beauty." Long Yunkong laughed. Chumu shook his head and looked speechlessly at Long Yunkong, who was gloating. Perhaps to others, this was the grace of a beauty that they could properly enjoy. However, To Chu Mu and Long Yun Kong, this was a small concern. Therefore, they were rejoicing in others' misfortune instead of being envious. Brother Chu, besides you and me, there are 3 people going with us. Long Yun Kong changed the topic and said, "One of them is my fellow disciple Yu Zhen. Another is a disciple of the city lord's mansion, Su Qingya. The last one is from the blood sword sect, Mu Gaoli. Their cultivation and strength are similar to mine." Next, Long Yun Kong gave Chu Mu a rough description of the 3 people's personalities. According to Long Yun Kong, Yu Zhen, who came from the 3 saint sects, was the calmest and didn't show his emotions on his face. Su Qingya, who came from the city lord mansion, was a woman and didn't like to talk. Mu Gaoli, who came from the blood sword sect, was a bit gloomy and had a weird personality. He wasn't easy to get along with. So, when the time comes, Brother Chu may face some doubts. But I will handle it well, Long Yun Kong said. Chu Mu did not care about their personalities, as long as they did not provoke him or make him an enemy. But sometimes things could not be done as one wished. Chu Mu and Long Yun Long arrived outside the city. Chu Mu saw 3 figures. One of them was very tall and muscular and wore brown armor. He was most likely Yu Zhen. The other was a woman in white robes and had an indifferent expression. She was the only woman in the group, Su Qingya. The last one was wearing blood-red leather armor and was quite skinny. He had a gloomy expression and was most likely Mu Gaoli. When Chu Mu saw them, they also saw Chu Mu and Long Yun Kong. Their attention immediately fell on Chu Mu. The moment Chu Mu discovered this, all 3 of them had the same expression in their eyes. They were puzzled and guessing. "Junior brother Long, could it be that the 4th person you invited is him?" Yu Zhen asked directly. His voice was heavy and filled with doubt. Su Qingya did not speak, but the expression in her eyes was similar to Yu Zhen's. "Long Yun Kong, where did you find this cannon fodder?" Mu Gaoli's voice was a little sharp and gloomy. It made people feel uncomfortable. The moment he opened his mouth, he didn't hold back at all. That's right, a mere 4-star saint wasn't worthy of him being polite. Even if you want to find cannon fodder, you don't have to find such a weak person. Senior brother Yu and the 2 of you, although brother Chu's cultivation is not high, he is not weak at all, Long Yun Kong explained. Long Yun Kong explained. Before, he hadn't told them the specifics of Chu Mu's situation, and the situation in front of them was within Long Yun Kong's expectations. Thus, his tone was neither panicked nor worried. "Long Yun Kong, if you can't find a suitable candidate, I still have a junior sister," Su Qingya said. Although they were familiar with Long Yun Kong and knew that he wasn't a liar, it was hard for them to believe that a 4-star beginner martial saint could be so powerful. "The 3 of you listen to me first. I believe you are all familiar with Brother Chu's name." Long Yun Kong continued to explain, "Brother Chu's name is Chu Mu." After a pause, the 3 of them frowned slightly. Clearly, they had heard of Chu Mu's name. "Rumor has it that you killed those 2 idiots?" Mu Gaoli chuckled. His sharp eyes stared at Chu Mu as if he wanted to see through Chu Mu. In his eyes, the eagle and bear duo were indeed idiots. "Indeed, I killed him." Chu Mu fearlessly stared at Mu Gaoli and indifferently replied, "I guarantee that Brother Chu's strength is not below yours or mine. You can rest assured." Long Yun Kong emphasized, "I, Long Yun Kong, am not someone who does not know the importance of this trip. I know the importance of this trip better than you." "In that case, let's set off," said Yu Zhen. He was Long Yun Kong's senior brother, so he was more familiar with him. Although he still had some doubts, he still chose to support Long Yun Kong. "I don't know whether it is a rumor or not, but if you don't have enough strength, I won't be polite." Su Qingya looked at Chu Mu and said bluntly, "I hope you are as strong as the rumors say. Otherwise, you will only become food for the sinners." Mu Gaoli chuckled and did not say anything else. Chapter 1729. The flying shuttle was still the same one. Long Yun Kong was driving, and the other 4 seats were just enough to accommodate Chu Mu and the other 3. The sinners' caves were basically underground, and the entrances were very well hidden and hard to find. Every sinner's cave was both a forbidden place and an opportunity for cultivators. One must know that there were many treasures in the sinners' caverns. Simply put, most of the spiritual medicines and treasures in the land of exile grew in sinner caves. There were relatively few of them in the outside world, and they weren't that precious. Since this was discovered, many cultivators had been working hard to find new sinner caves, because once they found new sinner caves, they would have more cultivation resources and more wealth. Cultivators had nothing to do with poverty. Without enough cultivation resources, no matter how talented they were, they couldn't keep improving quickly. Therefore, it was every cultivator's instinct to chase after resources and wealth. Of course, the wealth of cultivators wasn't real money like ordinary people, but all kinds of treasures. Those sinner caves that had already been developed, although they would still grow spirit herbs and other things, they had all been taken over. In other words, they had been labeled as a faction. No matter which faction they belonged to, other factions or lone wolves were not qualified to enter. Otherwise, they would be treated as enemies and killed. So far, the mayor mansions of the 5 cities basically had 2 or 3 sinner caves. Powerful forces like the 3 saint sects basically had 1 or 2 sinner caves, and weaker forces had 1 sinner cave. Among the dozens of camps, only the top few had sinner caves. Of course, some sinner caves were open to the public, and anyone could enter. However, because of this, the resources inside had been plundered again, and they were worthless. Moreover, not every sinner cave was the same. They were divided according to the number of floors. The more floors a sinner cave had, the more precious and valuable it was. He did not know what the environment in the land of exiles was like. The closer the spiritual herbs grew on the surface, the lower the energy they contained. On the other hand, the deeper the spiritual herbs were underground, the higher the energy they contained and the higher their value. According to my observation and judgment, there should be 2 floors in that cave, Long Yun Kong said as he focused on driving the shuttle. 2 levels, that's not bad, everyone said. Most of the sinner caves only had 1 floor, which was the lowest level of sinner caves. This kind of cave had the lowest level of danger. The most powerful sinner was, at most, a bronze sinner equivalent to a 6-star saint. Similarly, the danger was proportional to the wealth. The value of such a cave was also the lowest. However, to a small faction, the wealth of a cave on this level was already very, very great. The 2nd floor of the cave was naturally much richer than the 1st floor, but it was also much more dangerous. There would be at least 1 silver-ranked sinner. For example, the caves controlled by the major forces were mostly 2nd-level caves. As for the higher-level 3rd-level caves, only the city lords' mansions of the 5 major cities each controlled 1. The riches and dangers of the 3rd floor were naturally much greater than those of the 2nd floor. There were not just a few powerful silver-level sinners. There were at least dozens of them, or even hundreds of them. The speed of the flying shuttle was extremely fast. It quickly left Bloodbath City and headed further away from the land of exile. The land of exile was equivalent to a half-world. In other words, the land of exile was actually a world that was still growing. The sinner caves that were closer to the cultivators' gathering places had basically been swept and developed. The sinner caves that had not yet been discovered were further away. According to Long Yun Kong, it would take about 2 months to reach their destination from Bloodbath City. Among the 5 of them, Yu Zhan was relatively calm and did not speak much. Su Qingyao was aloof and did not speak much. Chu Mu had always been someone who would not take the initiative to speak if there was nothing important. Long Yun Kong needed to be highly focused to pilot the flying shuttle, so it was not convenient for him to speak much. Mu Gaoli was relatively more talkative, but that was only relative. I say, what kind of treasure did you use to have the strength to kill a 7-star saint? Mu Gaoli stared at Chu Mu and asked casually. There had been some debate about whether Chu Mu had used the power of a treasure to kill a 7-star saint as a 4-star saint. Most people believed that Chu Mu had used the power of a treasure, while a small number believed that he had relied on his own strength. But in the end, no one could convince anyone. Mu Gaoli had heard some of the arguments before, so he was a little curious. When Mu Gaoli asked this question, Yu Zhen and Su Qingya also paid some attention. They were also very curious. Of course, if Chu Mu had really relied on the power of a treasure, it was inevitable that some people would have other thoughts. Strength. Chu Mu gave a simple and direct answer. Mu Gaoli laughed, dryly, but from his expression, it was clear that he did not believe it. A 4-star low-level martial saint killed 2 7-star mid-level martial saints with his own strength? If they did not see it with their own eyes, no one would believe it. Even if they saw it with their own eyes, they would still have a skeptical attitude. After that, Mu Gaoli did not say anything else, but his gloomy eyes swept over Chu Mu from time to time, as if he wanted to see through Chu Mu. Most cultivators, if they were looked at like this, would definitely feel awkward and uncomfortable. Most likely, they wouldn't be able to feel at ease. However, Chu Mu didn't seem to notice at all. He allowed Mu Gaoli to look at him without any change in his expression. His eyes were closed, and he was immersed in his own world, silently comprehending. Did Chu Mu really not notice anything? No, he could feel it clearly. Mu Gaoli's gaze would occasionally stop on him with probing intent, as if he wanted to see through all of his secrets. However, Chu Mu knew even more clearly that Mu Gaoli didn't get anything out of him. With Chu Mu's willpower, a mere gaze would not make him feel uncomfortable in the slightest. Shortly after, Chu Mu felt a surge of spiritual energy spread out, covering his body. It actually wanted to penetrate his body and explore. If it was just a gaze, Chu Mu could ignore it. However, spiritual energy was not allowed to explore his body. Using spiritual energy to probe someone without permission was a form of invasion, a form of provocation. It was like taking off all your clothes and standing in front of someone to be wantonly sized up. It was even worse than that, because spiritual energy would seep into one's body and explore everything inside. Every genius cultivator had their own secrets. Since it was a secret, it meant that they were unwilling to let others know about it. Not to mention, even if they did not have any secrets, who would be willing to let spiritual energy penetrate their body? In an instant, Chu Mu made a counterattack. Under the control of his will, spiritual energy condensed into a sword and fiercely slashed out. Chu Mu's Yuan spirit was at the mid-4th level. As a 7-star saint, Mu Gaoli's Yuan spirit had also reached the 4th level. Like Chu Mu, it was also at the mid-4th level. However, because Chu Mu's soul was stronger, Chu Mu's Yuan spirit would be stronger. Naturally, Chu Mu's spiritual energy would also be stronger. Even though Mu Gaoli was prepared, he did not expect that Chu Mu, a 4-star saint, would have a stronger spiritual energy than him. In addition, his body was Chu Mu's and he had the home ground advantage. Under the slash of Chu Mu's spiritual energy, Mu Gaoli felt his spiritual energy being directly cut apart. His spiritual world trembled and his spiritual energy surged. His expression suddenly changed. Although he did not suffer any injuries, the fluctuations of spiritual energy in his spiritual world needed some time to calm down. If a battle were to break out, he would only be able to display 70% of his strength in this short period of time. Not only did his probing fail, but he had also suffered a loss. Mu Gaoli did not flare up. Instead, he did his best to calm the fluctuations of his spiritual energy. After calming down, he looked deeply at Chu Mu with an indescribable expression. After that, Mu Gaoli still used his gaze to size up Chu Mu, but he did not use his spiritual energy. In his heart, there was already some fear. Everything was peaceful. In the middle, they experienced a period of torrential rain. In the land of exile, there were several types of weather changes. Blazing sun period, gray snow period, dark night period, torrential rain period, freezing period, and warm wind period. During the blazing sun period, the sun hung high in the sky and the temperature was the highest. The sinners basically did not appear. All of them hid in underground caves and slept. Therefore, during the blazing sun period, the only danger to the outside world would come from other cultivators. The dark night period was the sinners' favorite period. It was also the period when they were the most active. During the dark night period, the sinner's strength would even increase slightly. During the gray snow period and torrential rain period, the sinners would also appear. However, there were not as many of them as during the dark night period. During the frozen period, the outside world would be freezing cold, and the temperature would be much lower than during the gray snow period. One would have to take sufficient precautions against the cold, or else they might freeze to death. However, it would be warmer inside a camp or city. During the frozen period, even iron-ranked sinners would be frozen into ice sculptures. Even bronze-ranked sinners would be greatly affected. Only silver-ranked sinners could move freely during the frozen period. Of the 6 periods, the warm wind period was the most comfortable period. The warm wind was gentle. However, during the warm wind period, sinners could also appear in the outside world. According to research, the warm wind period was also the period when sinners were born the fastest. It was even faster than the dark night period. Currently, during the torrential rain period, Long Yunkong's vision was greatly affected. Fortunately, the influence of his spiritual energy was not great. It was not as obvious as during the gray snow period. However, the speed of the shuttle was still reduced. This was to better deal with the dangers that might appear. After all, during the torrential rain period, many sinners would be active in the outside world. Chapter 1730. Every drop of rainwater was grayish-black and murky. Every drop of rainwater was the size of a thumb, giving people the feeling that it was molten iron. If an ordinary person was hit by a drop of rainwater, their head would be broken and bleeding, and if it was serious, they would die. The raindrops were very dense, densely dripping from the sky. When they hit the hard ground, they made a very clear and crisp sound. The flying shuttle flew forward in the rain. The surface of this flying shuttle was also coated with molten silver liquid. It was about 2 fingers thick and extremely hard. Its defense was astonishing. When the heavy black molten iron smashed onto the flying shuttle, it sputtered and was not damaged in the slightest. However, the sound insulation of the flying shuttle was very good. The sound of the black iron raindrops hitting the surface of the flying shuttle couldn't reach the inside at all. The temperature during the rainstorm was relatively low, but it was much higher than during the snow. Towards the end, Mugali stopped looking at Chumu because he knew that there was no effect. Instead, he was wasting his energy and time. It was better to use this time to comprehend sword techniques and see if he could find an opportunity to improve. Yu Zhen and Su Qingyao were already immersed in their own comprehension. Chu Mu was also the same. When the rain passed, it wasn't the scorching sun period or the freezing period, but the warm wind period. At this time, the speed of the flying shuttle also slowed down. It didn't take long for it to come to a complete stop. "We're here." Long Yunkong only said one sentence, and Chu Mu and the other 3 opened their eyes at the same time. Sharp lights shot out from their eyes and pierced through the void, leaving behind streaks of light that disappeared after a few breaths. The door opened and the 5 of them went down. The wind was gentle and the sun was bright. This kind of weather was very comfortable. This was also the best and most comfortable weather Chu Mu had encountered since coming to the land of exile. Although the weather was good, the surrounding environment wasn't. The grotesque rocks were jagged and intricate, just like a maze. These grotesque rocks were of different heights, and their colors were also different. Some of the stones were grayish-black, some were dull bronze, and there were even some that were mottled with impurities and silvery white. It could be seen that these stones were the black iron ore, the bronze ore, and the silver ore again. However, they were the most common and primitive stones. Their value was relatively low among the stones of the same type. They had to be refined many times before they could become the real black iron ore, bronze ore, and silver ore. However, this had nothing to do with Chu-Mu and the others. Their purpose in coming here was to explore the cave that had yet to be explored. Next, it was Long Yunkong's turn to lead the way. Because he was the only one who had been here before, he tried his best to erase the traces they had left behind. Other than the strange rocks, there were also some trees. Most of them were black iron trees, bronze trees, and a few silver trees. Under Long Yunkong's lead, the group moved forward and made turns. After a dozen or so turns, Long Yunkong finally stopped after 6 hours. The entrance to the cave is right here. It's very well hidden, Long Yunkong explained as he carefully scanned the surroundings. No one was in a hurry. After all, the entrances to the sinners' caves were very well hidden. If it were so easy to find, they would have long since been discovered. After all, Long Yunkong had been here before and had carefully scanned the area, so it didn't take him long to find the entrance. It was indeed very well hidden. It was just under a few intersecting origin stones. There were too many similar origin stones in this place, so it would be very difficult for those who didn't know to find it, even if they wanted to. Long Yunkong was able to find it because of his luck. He carefully observed the surroundings and didn't find any other traces, which meant that no one else had discovered it. However, it was possible that someone had already entered the cave and erased their traces. In any case, since they were already here, they had to go in and take a look. If it was an unexplored sinner's cave, it would be very valuable. This was also why they didn't report it to their respective factions and instead came here as a team. If they reported it, they would indeed be rewarded, but it was much less valuable than exploring it on their own. Long Yunkong was the first to enter, followed by Chu-Mu, Mu Gaoli, Su Qingya, and finally Yuzhen. They were responsible for erasing all traces of their footprints. Before long, the 5 of them had all entered the cave. It was very quiet. If they didn't speak, they couldn't hear anything. The light was also very dim, and their vision was greatly affected. Chu-Mu found that, with his vision, he could only see up to 300 meters away. Beyond that, his vision would become very blurry. It seemed that the other 4's vision range wasn't as good as Chu-Mu's. Following that, Chu-Mu tried to spread out his divine soul power and discovered that the range of his divine soul power was greatly affected. Moreover, the interference was extremely severe, causing his divine soul power to become intermittent after spreading out. Furthermore, the temperature was much lower than the outside world. In short, the environment of the cave reminded Chu-Mu of the dark period. The dark period was indeed the most suitable time for sinners to move around. However, there was no need to fight in this cave. Therefore, except for the sinners in charge of guarding, most sinners fell into a deep sleep to reduce the consumption of energy and accumulate it to undergo a transformation. However, the 5 of them had just entered the cave and were prepared. Their steps were very light, and their auras were restrained. In addition, the bronze sinner and 4 black iron sinners in charge of guarding the cave were instantly killed by Long Yunkong. They didn't attract the attention of the other sinners. Otherwise, if the 5 sinners in charge of guarding the cave roared, they would probably disturb the sleeping sinners. At that time, it would be very dangerous for them to enter the cave. After a few breaths, the 5 of them had adapted to the environment. The hearts of the 5 sinners that were killed belonged to Long Yunkong. In fact, they didn't care much about the bronze heart and 4 black iron hearts. Even a silver heart was nothing compared to an unexplored cave. The 5 of them began their operation. Among the 5 of them, no one was the leader. After all, excluding Chu-Mu, the strength of the other 4 was actually about the same. No one would let the others be the leader while they followed orders. They were all geniuses and belonged to the second group of geniuses. They had their own pride and wouldn't easily follow the orders of others. However, they also understood the importance of the matter. Therefore, on the way here, they had already said that Long Yunkong was the initiator and would be the leader for the time being. If there were any different opinions, they could raise them and resolve them. In the case of exploring a cave, Under normal circumstances, everyone's interests were the same, so there would be no problems. The main problem was the distribution of resources. They had discussed this before. Whoever found the treasure first would get 60% of it, and the remaining 40% would be divided equally among the others. The others would do their best to help or protect the treasure. If there was an enemy on the side and a battle broke out, anyone who participated in the battle would get a share. However, the discoverer would get 20% first, and the remaining 80% would be divided according to their contribution. Speaking of which, this distribution method is quite advantageous to you. Mu Gali glanced at Chu Mu and transmitted his voice. Chu Mu didn't refute. The ground of the cave was very uneven and bumpy. There were also many protrusions of black iron ore. It could be said that the first level of the sinner's cave was built on the foundation of a black iron ore vein. In the land of exile, black iron ore veins and so on were very plentiful and stretched very far. Deeper in there were bronze ore veins, and even deeper in there were silver ore veins. Caves built on the foundation of black ironstone veins were very suitable for black iron-level sinners to live in. Such caves would constantly emit unique energy fluctuations. This kind of aura was very beneficial to black iron-level sinners. It would imperceptibly influence them to transform and become more powerful bronze-level sinners. Of course, it wasn't that easy to transform from black iron sinners to bronze sinners. It would take a long time to accumulate. The ground was uneven, and the surrounding walls were also uneven. However, it was very wide and could accommodate more than 10 people walking side by side at the same time. The 5 of them advanced in unison as they paid attention to their surroundings. They also felt that the deeper they went into the cave, the lower the temperature. After advancing about a kilometer, they began to see the sleeping sinners. The sleeping sinners didn't lie on the ground everywhere. Instead, they dug smaller caves on the walls on both sides of the cave as residences. However, there weren't many of them, and they were scattered around. And at this point, Chu Mu and company began to reap some rewards. Some of the grayish-black plants that grew on both sides of the cave were called black iron roots. The Silver City Lord residents had been purchasing them for a long time, and they were quite valuable. In addition, the juice of the black iron roots could be smeared on one's body to better conceal one's aura and emit the same aura as the cave. The black iron roots were distributed in a large area. At a glance, there were at least 300 of them. Because Chu Mu was the one who discovered them, Chu Mu got 60%, which was about 200 of them. The remaining 100 or so were divided equally among the 4 of them. Each of them got about 30 of them. Among the 5 of them, Chu Mu's cultivation was the lowest. Moreover, the difference was huge. However, he was the first to discover more than 300 black iron roots. Other than Long Yun Kong, the other 3 were a little depressed. If someone else had discovered it first, they wouldn't have thought much of it. However, it was the person with the lowest cultivation who discovered it. They found it hard to accept. Although Long Yun Kong didn't feel uncomfortable, he didn't want to be compared. Therefore, the 4 of them secretly made up their minds. Next time, they had to find the treasure before anyone else. Not only would they get more of a share, but they could also subtly suppress others. They were all geniuses. No one was willing to submit to another. Although they wouldn't fight or compete maliciously, it was inevitable that they would compete secretly. Spiritual herbs like the black iron roots were bound to appear in every sinner's cave. The only difference was the quantity. Next, they discovered the black iron roots again, and the discoverer was still Chu Mu. It couldn't be helped. After all, Chu Mu's range of vision was higher than theirs. Chapter 1731. The intricate topography and the scattered origin stones were like a maze, entrenched on the ground. A warm wind blew gently. If the scenery was more beautiful, it would be like the early spring when the grass was long and the orioles were flying. It was very suitable for traveling. Of course, there was no such thing as traveling in the land of exile. However, such a period was also very suitable for traveling. A group of people quickly walked over from afar. There were as many as 8 people in total. Although none of them deliberately exuded auras, the auras they naturally exuded were very powerful. They were all high-level martial saints. That was right. Cultivators who dared to come out and enter the land of exile were basically high-level martial saints. At the very least, they would have the strength of a beginner 7-star martial saint. Brother Luo, the entrance is in this area. Among the 8 people, a short, fat, dark-skinned, middle-aged man whispered. His small eyes were rolling around, and he looked very shrewd. Okay, find the entrance. The leader, who was called Brother Luo, was an ordinary-looking, middle-aged man. Although his appearance was very ordinary, his aura was the most powerful among the 8 people. He was obviously an 8-star martial saint. Brother Luo, everyone, before we find the entrance, I have to emphasize one thing again. The short, fat, middle-aged man smiled and said, according to the distribution method we discussed before, as the credit for leading the way and finding the entrance, each of you must give me half of your harvest in the end. Fat Rat, we have already agreed on this. Are you still worried that we will go back on our words? A bald man scolded. First the villain, then the gentleman. It is always better to confirm it clearly again. Fat Rat smiled. Okay, Fat Rat. I promise that everything will be distributed according to the agreement. Luo, Zhongshu said. Okay, with Brother Luo's promise, I am much more relieved. Fat Rat smiled. He looked very annoying. Then he turned around and looked for the entrance. Although the entrance was in this area, it was likely that others would not be able to find it. Even if they could find it, it would take a lot of time. There was a trace of coldness in the eyes of the others as they stared at Fat Rat's back. Although they had all agreed to the agreement, what would happen in the end would be another matter. After 4 hours, Fat Rat found the entrance. Soon after, a group of people entered in a single file. The first to enter was naturally Luo Zhongshu, who had the highest cultivation. This entrance was the entrance to a sinner's cave. At the entrance, there were sinners in charge of guarding it. Once someone entered, it would immediately attract the attention of the sinners, causing an alarm to sound and awaken the sleeping sinners. In the sinner's cave, the sinner's strength would increase by at least 30%. Moreover, the environment inside the cave would be more suitable for the sinners to move about. To put it simply, the sinners had the advantage of time and location in the cave. Their numbers were large and terrifying. Luo Zhongshu was the strongest. If he entered first, he could kill the sinners before they could react. After that, the other 7 people also entered one after another. Chu Mu and the other 4 stood rooted to the ground, their faces filled with astonishment as they stared in front of them. After they entered the cave, they kept moving forward, trying their best to hide their auras and life force. Their movements were very cautious, so they did not attract the attention of the sleeping sinners. Along the way, they would discover black iron roots from time to time. Furthermore, they were basically discovered by Chu Mu first. After practicing 4 or 5 times, everyone felt depressed. The value of the black iron root lay in its juice. It had several uses, but the one with the highest purchase price was the city lord residence of the City of Silver. This was because the city lord residence of the City of Silver had a heritage cultivation technique that required large amounts of black iron root juice. However, the value of a single black iron root wasn't high, so it had to be sold in large quantities. Up to now, Chu Mu had obtained more than 1,000 black iron roots. If he sold them to the city lord residence of the City of Silver, he could obtain a bronze heart. In other words, the value of a black iron root was equivalent to 10 black iron hearts. This was considered a relatively high value. The prices of other factions were typically 7 or 8 black iron hearts. After advancing for about 10,000 meters, there were only 2 bends in front of them. In front of them was a wall. It was a pitch-black wall that was more than 100 meters tall. The wall stretched for more than 1,000 meters, and there were many small caves on it. In each small cave, there were several sleeping sinners. In other words, there were at least 5,000 sinners sleeping on the wall. Once these sinners were alarmed and awakened, it would definitely be a huge problem. Although the 5 of them were not afraid of thousands or even tens of thousands of black iron sinners, and could even kill them all, it would take a considerable amount of time. During this time, all the sinners in the cave would awaken. There were at least tens of thousands of sinners in a cave. Even if they were all black iron sinners, it would be very difficult for a 9-star saint to fight against them. The final destination of the 2 paths should be the same. Long Yun Kong transmitted his voice with the power of his soul. This way, they wouldn't attract the sinners' attention. No one had any objections. They chose the bends on the right. The bends led downwards, and it was obvious that they were going deeper into the ground. Stop! There are sinners approaching. Hide! Chu Mu transmitted his voice with his soul. He moved his feet, and in a flash he appeared behind a protruding black iron ore. He restrained his aura and hid his body. Quick! Long Yun Kong didn't doubt him at all. He also said that and hid. Yu Zhen and the other 2 didn't believe it at first. Mu Gali was about to refute and ridicule them. But when he saw Long Yun Kong do it without the slightest doubt, he instantly remembered that Chu Mu had discovered the black iron root before them several times. They couldn't help but do the same and hide. After hiding for less than 3 breaths, they heard some voices rapidly approaching them. Then, one figure after another appeared in their line of sight. It was a patrol team led by 2 bronze-level sinners and 8 black iron sinners. In addition to the guards at the entrance of the sinners' cave, there was also a patrol team responsible for patrolling the entire cave. Seeing this small patrol team of sinners, everyone's heart trembled. A 4-star saint at the beginner level had discovered the sinners before them. While they were shocked, they were also dissatisfied. Once, twice, thrice 4 times, 5 times, 6 times. This 4-star saint's performance had suppressed them all. As a true genius, it was natural for them to be proud. Being compared like this, and more than once at that, no one could accept it. However, they were also clear about the situation, so they didn't say anything. But Mu Gali's heart was the most unsettled. It couldn't be helped. Not long ago, he had told Chu Mu that he was lucky to have taken a big advantage by working with them. Do it! Long Yun Kong transmitted his voice. Immediately, the 5 of them attacked together. 5 sword light tore through the darkness in an instant. Agile sword light, heavy sword light, cold sword light, tricky sword light, and fierce sword light. 5 sword light, with different meanings and the same murderous intent. Their power was restrained, and their aura fluctuations were fixed within a small range. They respectively attacked different sinners. There were a total of 10 sinners, 2 bronze level, and 8 black iron sinners. Kill! 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 The sword light turned, and the 10 sinners were all stabbed in the heart without making a sound. The entire process was extremely short and completed in an instant. Out of the 10 sinners, Chu Mu killed 2 black iron sinners. This was the result of him not intending to fight over them. After killing the patrol team, the 5 of them continued forward. The curve gradually became straight, and the terrain kept going downwards. There were always sinners sleeping on the walls of the cave on the left and right. Wait! Suddenly, Mu Gali transmitted his voice. Following that, he leaped 5 to 6 meters into the air. Reaching out, he grabbed a plant growing at the entrance of a small cave and pulled it up. The whole process was as smooth as flowing water, without the slightest sound or aura, showing his exquisite skills. Of course, under such circumstances, he couldn't display his strength to the extreme. Black light single leaf grass, not bad. Mu Gali deliberately waved the plant in his hand in front of Chu Mu. At the same time, he chuckled and transmitted his voice to the other 4. His tone was rather smug, and anyone could tell that he was showing off. That's right. As a genius, his cultivation was far superior to Chu Mu's. Yet, He had been compared to Chu Mu time and time again. He had long been suppressing his anger, and now he had finally found a spiritual herb earlier than Chu Mu, and its value far exceeded the black iron root. It was inevitable that he would feel smug. Chu Mu's expression didn't change at all. He had never planned to compete with the other party. The reason why he was able to discover it earlier was only because his vision was wider. Although his vision was wider, there was no guarantee that Chu Mu would be able to see 360 degrees without any blind spots. The others also felt a sense of joy in their hearts, but it didn't last long. The value of a black light single-leaf grass is about 1,000 black iron hearts. Mu Gali didn't show off too much. According to the standard of the Silver City, Lord's residence, these 40 black iron roots are yours. The value of 40 black iron roots was equivalent to 400 black iron hearts. With Mu Gali as a precedent, everyone else also had their own gains. Chu Mu was no longer the only one to reap. After discovering the spiritual herb treasure earlier than the others, and with Chu Mu having no intention of competing with them, the dissatisfaction in their hearts lessened. This was an unexplored cave. Other than the common black iron roots, there were also many other spiritual herbs. Although they wouldn't be mass-produced, their value was at least 10 times or even 100 times more than the black iron roots. These spiritual herbs contained astonishing energy. Not only could they be used for refining pills, they could also be used in other areas. They were rather popular. Up until now, the 5 of them hadn't encountered any danger. Each of them had obtained several bronze hearts. At this moment, Chu Mu's figure flashed, and after a while a plant appeared in his hand. It was a very beautiful plant. When the other 4 saw it, their expressions changed drastically. Chapter 1732. It was a blooming black flower with mottled golden spots. It was like a cluster of stars, like a starry night sky. It was very beautiful. This beautiful flower had a very nice name. It was called the Starry Night Sky. The spiritual herbs in the land of exile could be divided into 4 grades: black iron, bronze, silver, and the legendary gold. The 4 grades were further divided into low, mid, high, and top grade. For example, the black iron root was a low-grade black iron. The black light single-leaf grass that Mu Gali found was a high-grade black iron. Low-grade black iron cores were generally worth 10 black iron cores. Mid-grade black iron cores were worth 100 black iron cores. High-grade black iron cores were worth 1,000 black iron cores, and supreme-grade black iron cores were worth 10,000 black iron cores, which was equivalent to 1 bronze core. The spiritual herbs and ores in the first layer of the sinner's cave were mostly black iron. However, there were some exceptions. For example, the starry night sky that Chu Mu found was a bronze-grade herb. Moreover, it was a mid-bronze-grade herb. The price of a middle-grade bronze spirit herb was 100 bronze hearts. This was what Chu Mu found. This meant that Chu Mu would get 60 bronze cores. However, he would need to give 40 to the other 4 if Chu Mu wanted to keep the starry night sky for himself. Brother Chu, how about selling the starry night sky to me? Long Yun Kong transmitted. Okay. Chu Mu immediately agreed. Although the starry night sky was a bronze-grade spiritual herb, it was of no use to Chu Mu. He didn't have the time to refine pills right now. The pill recipes in the land of exile were different from those in the deep blue world. He would need to spend more time to study them. After Long Yun Kong obtained the starry night sky, he took out 60 bronze cores and gave them to Chu Mu. Then he took out 30 bronze cores and gave them to the other 3. Mu Gali's expression had been ugly ever since he saw the starry night sky. There was nothing he could do about it. Who asked him to have a cheap mouth before, insisting that he was taking advantage of Chu Mu? After that, Chu Mu's performance was equivalent to refuting him time and time again, slapping him in the face time and time again. Until now, although he had made some contributions, compared to Chu Mu's contributions, there was no doubt that there was a clear gap. The contributions of the 4 of them combined were comparable to Chu Mu's. especially the last time when a starry night directly slapped his face until it was swollen and it was burning with pain. If this cave only had one level, then the dark night stars that Chu-Mu had found would be the most valuable one. There was no other one that could compare. Suddenly, Mu Gaoli felt that the 10 bronze hearts were burning hot. I take back what I said earlier. Up until now, you have contributed the most to the team. Mu Gaoli took a deep breath and transmitted with his divine sense. However, I won't lose to you, for Star Sage. As they continued forward, they encountered another fork in the path. There were a total of 3 paths. The 5 of them chose the leftmost path. Black iron roots were essential, and there were also other black iron spirit herbs that were constantly discovered. About an hour later, there was no path left. They could only turn back and choose the middle path. After collecting some spirit herbs and ores, they entered the main path. The deeper they went into the sinner's cave, the more complicated it became. Sometimes, if they chose the wrong path, they would have to turn back. Up until now, Long Yun-Kong had guessed that this cave had 2 levels. Then the spirit herbs and ores on the 2nd level would be far more valuable than the first. So entering the 2nd level was their primary goal. Of course, the 2nd level would definitely be more dangerous than the first. Forward, forward, forward. Relying on Chu-Mu's extraordinary hearing, they avoided the patrolling sinners time and time again before attacking and killing them. At first, they weren't convinced, but after several times they had no choice but to believe that Chu-Mu, a 4-star sage, was indeed extraordinary. There was something about him that they couldn't compare to. However, they still firmly believed that, in terms of strength, Chu-Mu was absolutely inferior to them. This was what the other 3 thought except for Long Yun-Kong, but they didn't show it. About a few hours later, Chu-Mu transmitted his voice again. There's movement. When everyone heard this, they all stopped in their tracks and quickly hid. Although they were very puzzled as to how Chu-Mu, a 4-star sage, found the movement that they couldn't find, time and time again proved that Chu-Mu was right. They just needed to listen to him. But this time, Chu-Mu didn't hide. Instead, he stood in place and listened. There are many sinners. Chu-Mu transmitted his voice as he slowly walked forward. The others also came out and slowly approached. They were all smeared with the juice of the black iron roots. They only needed a little to hide their aura. The darkness in front of them seemed to be gradually dispelled. A faint light fell into their eyes, hiding behind a huge protruding black iron ore. The 5 of them looked ahead in surprise. There was a large pool that was about 10 meters wide and 10 meters long. The pool was filled with black iron liquid that was extremely viscous. It was like a mirror, and it gave off a weak light, dispelling the darkness in the surroundings, creating a dusky darkness. The dim light obviously had less of an effect on everyone's vision. They saw dozens of black iron sinners carrying things back and forth. They threw pieces of black iron ore and black iron roots into the black pool. They were swallowed without splashing any water and disappeared without a trace. At the edge, dozens of sinners were mining black iron ore. Perhaps it was because of their continuous mining that the surrounding area was very wide. It was hundreds of meters high and tens of thousands of meters wide. Every sinner was very quiet. They didn't make any roars. They were like robots carrying out orders. Is that pool the birth pool? Yu Zhan's voice was filled with surprise. It should be the birth pool, Long Yun-Kong said. Speaking of which, other than Chu-Mu, the 4 of them had entered sinner caves more than once. However, those caves had already been excavated and didn't have much value. They had naturally heard of the birth pool. The sinner's appearance was different from human reproduction. They appeared from the birth pool. As for the principle, no one knew. In short, the sinner's birth pool was very special. After throwing in black iron ore and black iron roots, a black iron sinner would be born after a period of time. Now, they saw a birth pool with their own eyes. In fact, not all caves had birth pools. Normally, sinner caves with birth pools had more than 2 floors. Long Yunkong exhaled and said solemnly, "It seems that this cave may have 3 floors." There was a big difference between having 1 floor and 2 floors. The difference between having 3 and 2 floors was even bigger. The first floor had mostly black iron sinners and black iron treasures. The second floor had mostly bronze treasures. The third floor had mostly silver treasures. Hearing Long Yunkong's words, they didn't feel excited. Instead, they felt serious. If it was the second floor, they could still explore it with their strength. However, if it was the third floor, they might die if they were not careful. After all, the strength of a silver sinner far surpassed that of a bronze sinner. A single silver sinner was enough to kill all 5 of them. However, there was one more thing. The sinners in the cave were all sleeping. If they were lucky enough, they could enter the third floor and gain something. Speaking of which, this was a story for the future. They were still on the first floor and looking for the entrance to the second floor. In front of them, other than the birth pool, there were hundreds of black iron sinners and 2 bronze sinners. The strength of the 2 bronze sinners was at least comparable to a 7-star saint. It was impossible for the few of them to kill them in an instant. To make matters worse, they had found an entrance. It was very likely that it was the entrance to the second floor. There were 2 powerful bronze-level sinners and more than 100 black iron-level sinners. Excluding the 2 bronze-level sinners, even if there were more than 100 black iron-level sinners, they would still need to spend some time to kill them. And during this process, there was a high chance that they would disturb the other sinners and wake them up from their slumber. Once one sinner was awakened, the other sinners would wake up one after another. At that time, Chu Mu's group of 5 would be in a difficult situation. Are we going to retreat just like that? Mu Gali transmitted his voice. He was very unwilling. If they entered the second floor, their harvest would definitely be better than the first floor. No one was willing to retreat just like that. Of course not. But we have to think of a way to kill all of them without waking up the other sinners, Long Yunkong said. 4-star saints, do you have any ideas? Mu Gali suddenly asked Chu Mu. No, replied Chu Mu. If they burst out with their full strength, they could indeed kill the 2 bronze sinners and at least 20 black iron sinners in an instant. However, they would need some time to kill the other sinners. During this time, it was very likely that they would disturb the sleeping sinners. However, Chu Mu felt that the other 4 should also have their own trump cards. If they used their trump cards and cooperated with each other, they should be able to kill all the sinners in an instant. The problem was that a trump card was usually only used when they were in a life and death crisis. They all understood this and knew how precious a trump card was. Therefore, they wouldn't use it easily. Think about it again, said Long Yunkong. I have the ice-bound spiritual jade. I can freeze all the sinners in one strike. Su Qingya, who had been silent all this time, took the initiative to speak. This is my trump card. I can use it, but you have to compensate me. How do you want to compensate me? Asked Duzhen. Everyone, compensate me with 10,000 bronze hearts, said Su Qingya. Everyone silently calculated. 10,000 bronze hearts was indeed a lot. However, if they could enter the second floor, their harvest would be even greater. Therefore, they agreed to Su Qingya's compensation. Immediately, an ice-blue jade appeared in Su Qingya's hand. It emitted traces of cold air. Chapter 1733. The icy blue spiritual jades emitted wisps of cold air, which Su Qingya limited to a certain range. Otherwise, if it spread out, it would attract the sinner's attention. Immediately, Su Qingya activated the power of the spiritual jades. The spiritual jades exploded in an instant, turning into icy blue currents that shot out like arrows. They were extremely fast and shot towards more than 100 sinners. Before they could react, they had hit their bodies. An extremely soft sound was heard. The icy blue color spread rapidly on each sinner's body at a speed that was difficult to be seen with the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, the entire sinner was covered. More than 100 sinners, Even the bronze-level sinners who were as strong as 7-star saints were turned into ice sculptures in an instant. They did not even have time to react and were still in their original positions. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air and looked at Su Qingyao with fear. They would not be able to react to such an attack if they were unprepared. Even if they were prepared, it was still unknown whether they could avoid it. Although they were wary, they were not afraid. They also had hidden means and trump cards. Moreover, Su Qingyao was their companion. Unless she lost her mind, she would not attack them. "Let's go," Long Yinkong said. The 5 of them left and quickly headed towards the entrance of the second level. At the same time, they put away the sinners who were frozen in ice to avoid leaving any flaws. When they flew past the birth pool, a dark iron-level sinner quickly climbed out of the birth pool and saw Chu Mu and the others. The dark iron-level sinner reacted very quickly. He opened his mouth and was about to roar. Everyone's expression suddenly changed, and they immediately drew their swords. They could not let the sinner roar. Otherwise, all their previous efforts would be in vain. Moreover, they would be besieged by a large number of sinners. In the blink of an eye, they seemed to be a little slower in drawing their swords. The sinner's mouth was already open, and wisps of white air could be seen escaping from the sinner's mouth. The next moment, a roar that was enough to put them in a dangerous situation would be heard. A sword light, like a shocking thunderbolt, tore through the sky. In a flash, it appeared with a peerless sharpness and cut through the sinner's head. At the same time, it also cut off the sinner's voice. The sword light made a turn and picked out the sinner's heart. Chu Mu had made his move. "Brother Chu, well done." Long Yinkong couldn't help but feel extremely fortunate in his heart. Fortunately, Chu Mu's reaction was quick enough. Otherwise, it would be extremely troublesome this time. The other 3 also breathed a sigh of relief, but they were even more surprised in their hearts. The reaction speed of a 4-star martial saint was actually faster than them. Was that even possible? If it hadn't happened right next to them, and they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they definitely wouldn't have believed it. It was also because they had seen it with their own eyes that they were even more astonished. Could it really be his strength? Mu Gaoli couldn't help but think to himself, if he were to rely on the power of any treasure, he would not be able to react so quickly. First of all, he would have to activate the power of the treasure, unless it was a treasure that was constantly in a state of activation. However, one had to know that the more powerful a treasure was, the more energy it would consume after it was activated. It was impossible to calculate how much energy it would consume if it was continuously activated. If Chu Mu had such a treasure and was constantly activating it, then his wealth would be unimaginable. There was no need for him to take the risk of coming to the sinner's cave with them. From this, it could be inferred that the reason why he could have such a reaction speed and strength was not because of any treasure, but his own strength. A 4-star martial saint's reaction speed was actually faster than theirs. This was completely inexplicable. However, now was not the time to delve into it. Be careful. There might be bronze-level sinner guards on the second floor. Long Yinkong was the first to enter the second floor. Fortunately, he didn't encounter any guards. If there were a few bronze-level sinner guards at the second floor's entrance, Long Yinkong might be discovered and an alarm would be sounded. At that time, he could only quickly retreat to the first floor and leave the cave. After the 5 of them entered the second floor, they found that the range of their vision had been further shortened. Chu Mu could only see 200 meters. Beyond that, it was a blur. Any further, and it would be darkness. The other 4 were even worse. Their vision was only about 150 meters. The interference of the power of the soul is even stronger. It's almost impossible to use it. The range of vision is shorter and the danger is greater. Everyone be careful. There was no doubt that the second floor would be many times more dangerous than the first floor. The cave on the second floor didn't look much different from the first floor, but the color of the ground and cave walls was a dull bronze color. It was carved out from a bronze or vein. After scanning the area, Chu Mu found a patch of bronze roots within 200 meters of 150 meters away. Bronze roots and black iron roots were the same type of spiritual medicine, but they were a level higher than black iron roots. Its value was not something black iron roots could compare to. Bronze liquid could be extracted from bronze roots and used in various places. The city lord's residence in silver had the highest purchase price because the city lord's residence in silver needed it to cultivate their inherited level cultivation techniques. Therefore, the highest value of a single bronze root was 10 bronze hearts. The patch of bronze roots Chu Mu found was not large. There were only 20 of them. However, their value was not low. They could be sold for 200 bronze hearts, which was 10,000 times more valuable than black iron roots. Therefore, it was a waste of time to take the risk and search on the first floor. If they knew the way to the second floor, they would rather give up all the spiritual medicine on the first floor and enter the second floor as soon as possible. Chu Mu was the first to discover the 20 bronze roots. Therefore, Chu Mu received 60%, which was 12 roots. They were worth 120 bronze hearts. Previously, when Su Qingya had used the frozen spiritual jade, she had offered to compensate everyone with 10,000 bronze hearts, which was equivalent to 1 silver heart. It sounded very shocking, but they also understood that the frozen spiritual jade that Su Qingya had taken out was extraordinary. Even an 8-star martial saint would not be spared if they were caught off guard. If this cavern was only the first floor, then they would never agree to compensate Su Qingya like that. This was because the total profit from the first floor was not even 10,000 bronze hearts. However, the second floor was different. They could earn several times more than that. What a pity! It would be great if we could take away the birthing pool. Yu Zhen sighed. The birthing pool could be taken away, but there were some conditions. At least they could not do it. Up until now, only the city lords' mansions of the 5 great cities had Genesis pools. With the changes, they could obtain black iron core and bronze core continuously. Therefore, the wealth of the 5 city lords' mansions was extremely shocking. They did not lack black iron core at all. Even if the production of bronze core was far lower than black iron core, it was still not something that other forces could compare with. If they could take away the birthing pool, theoretically they could have countless black iron heart and large amounts of bronze heart like the 5 city lord mansions. Unfortunately, they could not take away the birthing pool, so they could only give up on this idea. Of course, they could also sell this information to other forces, such as the 5 city lord mansions or other sections. It would definitely be very profitable. However, this was a very important matter. Everyone had a tacit understanding and did not mention it now. This was not something that could be decided easily. After plucking the bronze roots, everyone crushed one of them and smeared the juice on their robes. This way, they would emit a bronze aura that matched the aura of the cave. It would be better for them to hide themselves. As expected, someone entered the cave before us. There was a group of 8 people in total. They silently ran over and quickly approached the birthing pool. One of them narrowed his eyes and said with a very certain tone. The 8 people's expressions were not very good. After they entered the cave for a while, they felt that something was strange. After that, they had some guesses. Now, they were finally sure that someone had entered the cave before them. There was a huge difference between entering earlier and later, because entering earlier meant that there would be more opportunities. It seems that there are 2 entrances to this cave. Fat Rat narrowed his eyes and said with a certain tone, "Judging from the traces, there should be 5 people who entered before us. However, I don't know how strong they are. It seems that this cave really does have a second layer. They have already entered the second layer. We will also enter the second layer," said Luo Zhongshu. "Brother Luo, if we meet those 5 people, should we—" One of them extended his hand and made a throat-slitting gesture. "Unless they are far weaker than us, don't act rashly. Otherwise, we might wake up the sinners," said Luo Zhongshu coldly. The sinners on the second layer were bronze-rank sinners. If they were awakened, none of them would be able to survive. "Let's go," Luo Zhongxiu directly ordered. Among the 8 people, his cultivation was the highest and his strength was the strongest. Naturally, he became the leader. Under Luo Zhongxiu's lead, the 8 people entered the second layer. As for the birthing pool, they acted as if they did not see it. No one mentioned it. The value of the birthing pool was too great. It was so great that none of them could control it. However, although no one said anything, no one knew what they were thinking. There was more than one entrance to the first layer. Therefore, after entering, they all gained something, which was the black iron root. However, there was only one entrance to the second layer. Chu Mu's group of 5 had entered earlier. As they advanced, they swept away all the valuable items along the way. This caused the 8 people who entered later to not gain anything. This situation made them very unhappy. It should be known that a single bronze root was worth 10 bronze hearts. If they were the first group to enter, then each of them should have gained dozens or even hundreds of bronze hearts by now. Chapter 1734. Damn it, we should be ahead of them. A 7-star saint-level mid-level saint said angrily. Of course, he transmitted his voice and didn't dare to say it out loud. Don't worry, they're collecting wealth for us. Luo Zhongxiu was also very annoyed and sneered. Hearing Luo Zhongxiu's words, everyone's faces suddenly showed a smile. They all knew what he meant. They were planning to kill and rob. Do you have a feeling of uneasiness? Chu Mu suddenly asked through voice transmission. Yes, ever since we entered the second floor, I've had this bad feeling, Long Yunkong said. There's nothing strange about it. The second floor is far more dangerous than the first floor. It's normal to have this feeling, Mu Gaoli said. It's never wrong to be careful, Yujin said. Chu Mu didn't say anything else. He vaguely felt that the source of this uneasiness didn't seem to be from the cave on the second floor, but something else. However, it was vague, and he secretly paid attention to it. The habits of the sinners didn't change because of their level. The bronze-level sinners on the second floor were also sleeping in the cave walls, but the patrol teams seemed to be fewer than the first floor. It had been 2 hours since they entered the second floor, but they hadn't encountered any patrol teams yet. However, they didn't dare to let down their guard. After 2 hours, everyone had gained a lot, but Chu Mu's harvest was the most. So far, Chu Mu had obtained more than 200 bronze roots, which were worth more than 2,000 bronze hearts. In addition to the other bronze-level spiritual herbs, the total value was more than 5,000 bronze hearts. The other 4 had more or less earned more than 3,000 bronze hearts. As for the 10,000 bronze hearts, they owed Su Qingya. They hadn't compensated her yet. They would wait until the end of this trip to settle the accounts. Although 10,000 bronze hearts were equivalent to 1 silver heart under normal circumstances, no one would be willing to exchange. On the first floor, Chu Mu's elixirs were the most common. After entering the second floor, this situation did not change. The 4 people, including Long Yunkong, were secretly working hard. No matter what, they could not be overshadowed by Chu Mu, a 4-star martial sage. Although Chu Mu was a 4-star martial saint, his significance was completely different from other 4-star martial saints. At this time, Mu Gaoli leaped into the air silently and reached out to grab a spirit herb growing at the edge of the small cave. Unexpectedly, 2 words suddenly sounded in his ears. Stop. He could tell that it was Chu Mu's voice. Ever since he entered the first level, he had heard Chu Mu's voice many times. Every time he heard Chu Mu's voice, it meant that something had happened. It had formed a subconscious reaction. Therefore, Mu Gaoli quickly retracted his hand. At the same time, a bronze arm fell from above the spirit herb, pressing it down. If Mu Gaoli had not retracted his hand, it was very likely that he would have touched that arm. Silently falling down, Mu Gaoli's expression changed slightly before returning to normal. The others also secretly heaved a sigh of relief. It was very close, just a little bit more, and they might have awakened a bronze sinner, which in turn would have awakened the other bronze sinners. I owe you one. Mu Gaoli seemed to be a little unwilling as he said to Chumu in a muffled voice. Of course, he felt very depressed. Originally, he had discovered that spirit herb. As long as he could get his hands on it, he could get 60% of it. One had to know that it was a high-grade bronze spirit herb, worth 1,000 bronze hearts. He could get 600 bronze hearts. That was not the main point. The main point was that he would not lose out to Chumu, a 4-star martial saint, by too much. However, he had never expected that the bronze-level sinner, who had been in a deep sleep, would actually turn over. One of his arms hung down at the exact moment when his hand was about to touch the spiritual medicine. If he had not listened to Chumu's words, there was a 60 to 70% chance that he would have awakened a bronze sinner this time. All right, he did not gain anything. Instead, because of Chumu, he had resolved a possible crisis and further highlighted Chumu's contribution. This feeling was as if he had deliberately created an opportunity for Chumu to take credit. How could he not be depressed? However, no matter how depressed he was, he understood that if Chumu had not spoken up, he would have already made a mess. This time, fortunately, Brother Chu discovered it in time, Long Yun Kong said. Long Yun Kong said, "So, I think we should record this contribution first. If we find other treasures in the future, Brother Chu, you can use this contribution for your own use. You'll get 80% of the contribution, and we'll split the remaining 20 equally." Agreed. Yu Zhen nodded. Agreed. Su Qingya's cold voice rang in everyone's ears. She took a few more glances at Chumu, and the inquisitive look in her eyes deepened. It could not be helped. A 4-star beginner saint's performance had surpassed theirs. They could not help but be surprised. Even a cold and arrogant person like Su Qingya could not avoid it. Agreed. Mu Gaoli nodded. If there was merit, there would be benefits. This was the rule they had set earlier. It seemed that Chumu had taken advantage of them. But if they had merit, they could have also received such benefits. Fortunately, each merit could only be used once. Otherwise, no one would have agreed. Moreover, the merit could not be used immediately. It could be used according to one's needs, so there was more freedom. Otherwise, if the rule was that they had to use it the next time, then what if they found a few bronze roots, an 80% bronze root and 60% bronze root? Unless the amount was very large, there was not much of a difference. Because the bronze sinner's arm was pressing down on the spiritual herb, everyone could only give up on it for the time being. Mu Gaoli was very unwilling. They might be able to kill the bronze sinner, but it was hard to guarantee that they would not wake up the other bronze sinners. If they could avoid fighting on the second floor, they would try their best not to. Speaking of which, Brother Chu is very likely to be the biggest winner of this trip, Long Yun Kong joked. The other 3 also felt the same. It hasn't been long since we entered the second floor. There's still some time before this trip ends, Chumu said. That's right. It's hard to say who will be the biggest winner until the last moment, Mu Gaoli said. His competitive spirit was evident. They did not know that there was another team behind them that was advancing rapidly. This was the source of Chumu's uneasiness. Fortunately, there were many forks. The 8 of them turned into one. Otherwise, if they continued to follow Chumu's footsteps, they would not be able to find anything. Even if they encountered them, they would not be able to make a move. Instead, they would make the other party wary. The 5 of them hid themselves tightly, holding their breaths and restraining their auras. Only the aura of the bronze root liquid spread out, mixing with the aura of the cave and becoming one. At this moment, even their hearts stopped beating. As a saint-level expert, they could survive in a vacuum for a long time. They could also make their hearts stop beating for a period of time, making their blood flow stop for a period of time. However, they could not maintain this for too long, or it would cause damage to their bodies. Usually, they did not need to do this. They only needed to lower their strength. However, a silver sinner was leading 4 bronze sinners on patrol. If they went all out, they could kill the 4 bronze sinners. However, the silver sinner was enough to kill all 5 of them. Moreover, a silver sinner's perception was many times better than a bronze sinner's. The slightest flaw would be immediately discovered. Therefore, Chu Mu and the others did not dare to look at it. They could only look at it from the corners of their eyes. The silver sinner's deep eyes were emitting a light that made one's heart palpitate. Fortunately, it did not discover Chu Mu and the others who were trying their best to hide. Even when it led the 4 bronze sinners and disappeared from their sight, they still did not move. After a few dozen breaths, they finally got their blood to flow again and their hearts to beat again. This required some time to adjust to avoid any hidden dangers. The 5 of them had very serious expressions. This was the greatest danger they had encountered since entering the cave. Perhaps after surviving a great disaster, one was bound to have good fortune in the future. Not long after, Chu Mu and the others found something. The person who discovered it was still Chu Mu. Bronze blood dragon root. Everyone's eyes suddenly widened. If not for the environment here, they would have shouted out loud. Chu Mu was holding a root that was as thick as a forearm. The root was bronze in color, and they could vaguely see a red line running from head to tail. It looked like blood and seemed to be flowing. The shape of the root looked like a twisted horned dragon. Because of its color and appearance, it was called the bronze blood dragon root. Although it had the word bronze in its name, the bronze blood dragon root was not a bronze-level spiritual herb. It belonged to a higher level, the silver-level spiritual herb. Moreover, it was a silver-level spiritual herb. The value of a silver-level spiritual herb was equivalent to 1,000 silver hearts, the lives of 1,000 silver-level sinners and 1,000 nine-star saints. Whether it was 1,000 silver-level sinners or 1,000 nine-star saints, it was a very powerful force. Moreover, the bronze blood dragon root had an effect that could not be ignored. In an instant, the 4 of them, including Long Yinkong, all stared at the bronze blood dragon root in Chu Mu's hand. Their eyes were about to turn red. "My credit will be used on this spiritual herb," Chu Mu said. Although he was not very clear about the effects of this spiritual herb, he could feel the incomparably majestic energy contained in it. Looking at the 4 people's expressions and eyes, he knew that this was definitely a very valuable spiritual herb. If he did not use it now, when would he? As soon as Chu Mu said that, the 4 people's expressions changed drastically. They stiffened and their eyes widened. They stared at Chu Mu as if they wanted to eat Chu Mu.